of our opening, where we would have the University of the Bahamas remarks.
Okay, good morning.
Virtually into our next order of business, which will be Natino Thompson, who will bring his remarks on the Bahamas LGBTI community.
Good morning, everyone. I think this morning is a great, I think it's a momentous occasion, right? Um, I've, I've been working with Alexus for over a year now to help ensure that any hiccups. And I think that we are poised at this moment for something that is what I believe history. Um, so I attempted to put together these words on paper. I thought about what we need to try to move forward with LGBT behaviors. I'm cognizant of the fact that today we are making history. Today, um, because we're setting the tone for the way in which community and LGBT behaviors
Natino, your bandwidth is low, so it's coming up, breaking up.
It's breaking up. Okay. So, can you guys hear me now? Does everybody hear me? Okay. Um, so, hopefully you guys can hear me. When we decided to do this, we thought about not only what we need for the community, but for each individual to be able to look at themselves and take up space within the country that we know as the Bahamas. James Baldwin.
Excuse me, this is Erin, Greene here, Natino. We cannot hear you at all. It's really breaking up. Maybe if you turn off the video.
We have our technical difficulties in the virtual world. This is what happens. So Natino, let me know when you're ready again.
Okay, is this better?
Perfect.
Okay, sorry about that. So like I was saying, right? we tried to put together an event that would educate and sensitize the Bahamas. But James Baldwin, he declares this quote that I think is powerful in and of itself. And he says that the role of the artist is exactly the same as the role of the lover. If I love you, I have to make you conscious of the things you don't see, right? And I thought that that's a great place to start or kick off Pride, because we exist within a space that doesn't recognize our existence as LGBTQ people, but we must make the space conscious of our existence. How do we do that? We do that by taking up space. What does that mean? By being visible. I was reading this book for some research that I was doing on, the book is called Queer Phenomenology. And in the book, I think her name is Sarah Ahmed, she talks about the fact that space only exists because the body exists, right? And she says that that the body and space are inseparable in that they only exist. They exist in proximity to each other. So if I can simplify that, she's saying that space only becomes a space because of the body. And so one of the most radical things that you can do is take up space by using your body. And when you use your body, the way that you dress it, the way that you choose to adorn your hairstyles, the clothes that you choose to wear, that is taking up space as an LGBTQ person within the Bahamas. And I think that that's important because it is not our job as LGBTQ people or Bahamians to buy into narratives that continue to oppress us. It is not our job to uphold institutions who make it their mission to exclude us. We do ourselves a disservice when we attempt to live our lives by perpetuating the same cycles of dysfunction that exclude us from the spaces that we want to have access to. So in the Bahamas, right, they've kind of built a box for us, right? And the box is that you're not here, or you're not welcome within this particular circle because you're on the fringes or on the margins. But today, I think, is a day where we declare that if they seek to continue to uphold this box, then we will build our own box. And in building our own box, we will make them conscious of the fact that we exist. If they try to use, the language that we created to identify and mark our bodies against us, we have the right to change our minds, and we reserve the right to change our minds at any given time. Because we are human beings, we are not fixed, which means that your beliefs are going to change. As you presented with new information, you are going to change and become a different person. As you become this new person, or as you become extensions of the old you, right? Depending on which belief you aspire to or subscribe to, you reserve the right, LGBTQ people or Bahamians, reserve the right to change our minds when we are presented with new information that makes the quality of life in the Bahamas better. Wherever you find yourself within this Bahamas, wherever you find yourself within the world, you have the right to change your mind. And in changing your mind, you have the right to become better, to be better. Some would tell you that, when talking about LGBTQ rights and being within the space, that there's a time and a place for you to do that. Some of the people who say this are LGBTQ Bahamians or LGBTQ people. Some would tell you that, us asking for visibility or us trying to be who we are and take up space is very polarizing. Some would say that you shouldn't wear your sexuality, quote unquote, on your sleeve. While they they show their or they flaunt their heteronormative lifestyles and their beliefs before you. You know, they say this while showing public displays of affection to the ones that they love. They say this when they have the ability to walk into places and not feel discriminated against, or not feel prejudice and discrimination and discriminated against. They say this while having access to lunchrooms, while feeling safe when they exercise or when they walk out their house. When they say this when they're free to walk into parties and feel no stigma. But today, I wanted to say to LGBTQ Bahamians, as we kicked off Pride, I want to say that this is a day for the way forward. And the way forward is that you have the right to take up space. You know, some people would tell us that what we're asking for, like, is special rights. But they say this while they ask us intrusive questions on government forms. They say this while asking us, when we go to give blood, whether or not we have anal sex. And then in that same breath, if you tick yes, they deny you the right to give blood to someone who may need it, who is a family member. And these are the stark realities that LGBTQ Bahamians face. Because if you're an LGBTQ teacher, you must be, in the Bahamas, you must be sexless. Or you must advocate for some Christian principles in order to show that you're not depraved, in order to show that you're not this sexualized, barbaric kind of person who only thinks about sex. And that may be a bit extreme, but I think it's warranted, because in their stigma, in their prejudice, in their discrimination, what they're not saying is that you are not equal with us. And today that stops. And when I say it stops, it's not that it won't continue, but today we stand against that. And we say that we're taking up space. So despite your negative words, so despite the stigma, despite this prejudice, despite the discrimination, we as LGBTQ Bahamians are taking up space. Now, there are an infinite ways for you to take up space. But as we opened this day, our vision was that LGBTQ Bahamians would no longer pander to respectability politics. And what do I mean by that, right? Respectability politics is this idea that you must be dressed a certain way in order to be taken seriously. That your hair must be groomed in the Bahamas, as we would say. And groomed meaning that it has to be low cut and not an afro. And so by taking up space, we wanted this pride to act as a form of decolonization for this space. And to decolonize means to get rid of the colonial vestiges or the ideas and beliefs that have been left over through our colonization process by Britain, by England, and move from that point where we start to acquire beliefs that we have thought of. That we accept ideas that we've tried through our experience or we've gotten from other people, and we've tested the validity and how they fit within our cultural climate. Gone are the days where we will accept ideas just because they work for another group of people. And what we are asking you to do today, as we seek to educate you, as we seek to educate the Bahamas, we're asking that you not pander to respectability politics and that you not impose that on other LGBTQ people. So it goes something like this. I don't know why they have to be so loud, like, or I don't go those places because it's ghetto. That's respectability politics, because you believe that your standard, the standard that you acquired or that you have for yourself, everybody else should be living up to that. And we see this replicated in society where heteronormative standards that a man should only be in love with a woman, and that they should only have sex and hold hands with another woman and not another man. We teach our young boys this. We teach our children this. That blue is for girls. Sorry, blue is for boys and pink is for girls. All of these ideas uphold respectability politics. And it is this idea that in order for you to be taken as someone who's a good citizen, you have to look, speak, and carry yourself in a particular kind of deportment. And what we want to do is take the focus off of those ideas, because your hairstyle does not determine your intelligence. Your femininity does not determine your intelligence. Your femininity is not the only thing that should be valued about you. Your reproductive organs are not the end-all be-all of who you are. So your sexual orientation is not about sex. Your gender is not about you having sex with people. Even now as I speak, right? Even now as I speak, I think that today is a day where the Bahamas begins to reckon with the fact that this particular community has always existed. And Pride stands as a testament that the Bahamas has to deal with the cognitive dissonance. And cognitive dissonance happens in the mind when there are two competing beliefs, or two beliefs that are in opposition to one another. And in order to resolve the tension or the mental anguish that comes along with, or the mental conflict that comes along with cognitive dissonance, what we do is we rationalize either one so that it can fit within the same, so that they can be seamless, like, so that there's no issue or conflict with the two ideas, or we address these issues head on. In my particular studies as a psychologist and historian, one of the things that I've been looking at is how the Bahamas, or how Bahamians or people within this space continue to overlook the very truth that is staring them in their face. So a glaring case of cognitive dissonance would be the number of victims that died within Dorian. We all know that there was more than 69 people. But because the official statistics say there's 69, some people will stop at that moment because they don't want to have to deal with the reality of more than 69 Bahamians dying, as an example. We have to go beyond the official statistics, as I'm using this analogy, and we have to dive into those areas that are uncomfortable. It means that we have to deal with the internalized homophobia. It means we have to deal with the internalized heterosexism. We have to deal with these inner issues. We have to deal with those voices in our heads that says that we're not good enough. And I want to remind you here that this is a critical point. Because as I've said it before, you are free to choose whatever form of visibility you want to choose and exist how you want. But we have to do the work. So this week of sensitization and education is a call to turn inward, to look at you, and to look at the ways that you're upholding patriarchy, to look at the ways that you're upholding this heteronormative standard, to change your vocabulary, to be given vocabulary to address LGBTQ people. Because the truth of the matter is that even though we may be LGBTQ, we don't understand that language is very powerful. So our language within this space has changed. And we are not compromising on that. Our whole attitudes towards same-sex relationships, towards same-sex loving people has to change in the Bahamas. This is not up for negotiation, because we're not, as LGBTQ people, we are no longer willing to be tolerated. Again, we're taking up space. That means that I'm not asking you for permission. It would be nice if you would join us on this journey and be an ally and go along and learn the things as we learn them. To be willing to be taught the errors that we've made, the assumptions that we've made about sex and gender, sexuality, to correct those fallacies, to correct the cognitive dissonance, to move beyond our biases and embrace something that will include everyone. Embrace an ideology that is inclusive. Today, as I close, today is a momentous occasion for you to feel proud of who you are. And as we continue to go throughout this day, as we continue to learn, I want to remind you that this space, even though the Constitution does not speak to it, even though there's prevalence of stigma and discrimination, prejudice in your everyday life, even though sometimes it's difficult for you to get up and feel like going through the world and existing in the totality of who you are, there is something in this space for you. Ralph Waldo Emerson, and I quote this often, he always talks about the fact that whenever you make a decision, right, the universe conspires to make that decision happen. Today we make a decision in whatever way we choose to be visible, to raise our voice, to stand up against the injustices that are happening against us, and to speak as loud as possible. Today we make a decision that our community will no longer hide in obscurity. We will no longer shrink back because of victimization. We will no longer tolerate being overlooked and excluded, because we are valuable and we matter too. It is our existence. It is our right to exist that allows us to feel this way. And although many may purport and side and use the church as a way to uphold these biases, we are not tolerating those kinds of beliefs. Today we declare through these events that the Bahamas is for LGBTQ people. And that we are fighting for what belongs to us. We're taking up space. We want inclusion. We want a seat at the table because it's our table that we built. And we want to be acknowledged for the contributions that we've made. So In that same fashion, I hope that you remember that as an LGBTQ Bahamian, you matter. Your value extends well beyond your reproductive organs or your sexuality. And that most of all, you need to take up space. That your body is your greatest weapon. As much as it is being discriminated and stigmatized, your body is your greatest weapon. Because attached to that body is your voice, is a brain. And when we use our collective will to make space for us, I believe that there's nothing that we can't achieve. And so again, I urge you, wherever you are, even if you're not in the Bahamas, to take up space in greater capacities. Thank you.
Thank you, Natino, for those words on the way forward for LGBTI Bahamians and citizens of this country. We will now have our final opening by the keynote speaker, Mr. Billy Curtis.
Excuse me.
Can't hear you.
Excuse me, Mr. Curtis. We are unable to hear you. Can you adjust your volume, please?
Okay, do you see choice? Doesn't matter. He's no. So Grand River, he said he's on this Zoom call or he's on thing. I'm trying to get it back. Well, I want to maximize. Yeah. Go down. No, I don't need to change it. Your screen is sharing. Access screen, stop screen sharing. That's not. Ow. Why was he sharing his screen?
Just as he has the option to share his screen, he has the option to share his sound from his computer.
Still isn't able to hear. We can't hear you.
More. Share computer sound.
Good morning. My name is Billy Curtis, and I'm the director of the Gender Equity Resource Center at the University of California, Berkeley. I am honored to deliver these opening remarks for Pride Bahamas 2020. I would like to thank the Pride Committee for inviting me. And in particular, I want to thank Alexus for convincing me to do this, to deliver these remarks. I also want to thank Helen Clinaris for introducing me and Alexus those many years ago. I'm particularly excited and somewhat nervous to be delivering a Pride address to my home country because I've actually never done this before. I've done keynotes, but there's something different about delivering a keynote to your very intersection, being a queer man who was born in the Bahamas, went to school in the Bahamas. I graduated from SAC back in the 80s and member of the Dolphin Swim Club, family still there, come home often enough. And I really miss home. And I'm excited to be connected to the LGBT community in the Bahamas. As the director of the Gender Equity Resource Center at UC Berkeley, I have a distinct passion in creating belonging and a sense of community and justice for those who have minoritized genders or sexualities. And in particular, I am very passionate about equity work, creating equality and working on policy for my transgender siblings and gender nonconforming friends. When I say siblings, I'm talking about us broadly in the LGBTQ plus community. And so Pride, I was reflecting on what will I say to those of you today about Pride, and that is Pride in community for me means living my authentic truth, being my authentic self, and engaging in conscious questioning of the world around me, and engaging in community, and engaging in conversation and dialogue with others across differences to learn about one another. And so Pride gives us a moment to reflect on ourselves within a particular community, but also the intersections. I thought about, I've been to many different Pride celebrations. Now, obviously, we're not together. I'm doing this remotely. I'm not an air traffic controller. This is my headset that I use for work because I'm working from home. And I thought, what was some of the most standout Pride celebrations and why for me? I've been to many. I came out to myself as gay when I was a teen, and then later on, I realized that I identify as queer. And I'll say a little bit about that later. So there were three Prides that stood out for me. One was when I attended the National March on Washington in 1987. I'd been to a few Prides in Boston and a smaller town in Massachusetts, but I'd never been to a Pride where there were 1 million lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans people. Now, this is 1987, so I'm going to be honest with the language then. It was lesbian, gay, bisexual. We didn't use the word transgenders often, and queer was definitely not used in 1987. But because there were so many people, I looked around and thought, oh, wow. I know that this is a large community, but there was this moment of not being alone, but more importantly, this sense of being part of something much larger. I thought that, well, that's a national march. I'll never experience something like that again unless it's a national march. But I experienced it again when I attended my first San Francisco Pride in 1991. Again, almost 1 million people. It's one of the largest Pride celebrations in the world. And I got the same sense of pride and sense of community and sense of belonging that I continue to carry with me. The third but most important one, which allows me to reflect back on myself as a Bahamian, is when I attended gay games in Amsterdam And I went to the opening ceremonies because I was going to have a good time, etc. I didn't expect to have this magical moment that happened. In my head, of course, I knew that gay, lesbian, bisexual, transgender people are everywhere in the world. But there was this march of countries and cities, and there were people from parts of the world where I didn't expect them to be marching so boldly and openly, because the information that I had at the time was that those countries were dangerous to live in as gay. Now, that could be that they were living there or not, but what was important for me to see was that all of us, no matter where we live, no matter where we're from, find a way to engage our pride and to live our authentic selves. And so there I was, witnessing an international event that was filled with folks like me with similar hopes and dreams, and the desire to be able to love who we are in the open, love our partners in the open, marry them for some of us, and basically be left alone to be similar to how others are allowed to marry, and no one questions that, or this is my husband, this is my wife, here are my kids, etc. And so that moment of, we all have this sense of wanting to live a dignified human life where we are not harassed simply because we are, or worse, beaten up or killed. And so the Amsterdam event solidified for me something I didn't know I needed solidified, was that the international community is where a lot of my work also needed to be. So Pride for me is a really important time. It's an important celebration for all of us to pause and reflect on who we are as gays, lesbians, bisexual, transgender, gender nonconforming, and others. I also want to reflect on the Bahamas and words that I always carry with me. Forward, upward, onward, together. Always paid attention to that motto, and together always sticks out for me. That in order for us as a people to be successful, whether we're talking about Bahamians or you're talking about all humans, we need to work together. We need to learn from one another and hear one another's stories and respect those stories and move forward, even when we disagree, that we allow people their life and their liberty. I deliberately did put the flag behind me. I actually have one hanging in my office. And what stands out is, obviously for me, is the black triangle. I was born before independence, so I was well aware. I remember when on that week of independence in 1973, asking my dad, I'm like, get me a flag, I want to get a flag. And he woke me up on Independence Day, actually, and handed me a flag. And I learned everything that I could about the flag. And that equilateral triangle progressing forward is what stands out for me. I think the flag is quite a smart flag, that it represents the people pressing forward together. The other thing that stands out for me as a Bahamian is the words written by my Uncle Timothy Gibson, in the national anthem. And in the part where it says, pledge to excel through love and unity, pressing onward, march together to a common loftier goal. This part here, so this word together keeps showing up. And what we're asking for as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender folks and our allies is full participation in society in an open and civil way, similar to all others who get married, they have their kids, or go to work, can get a job, and folks know about them based on who they are, their full selves. So full participation, that's what we're asking for. Love and together, that we must do this through love and together. Full participation for all Bahamians in society. But this doesn't seem to happen because there are a few things at play, and I want to focus on a couple. And that is homophobia and transphobia, or homo hatred and trans hatred, are weapons of sexism. That the oppression, I'm just simplifying this, so oversimplified look at the oppression of gay, lesbian, bisexual, transgender people. This is about the marginalization and hatred globally of women. Now, let's think about that for just 1 second. Why do I bring up women in this? Aren't you talking about sexuality? I mean, gender is transgender, but over here is sexuality. And that is when you think of how the words we use against gay folks, it is usually language that is demeaning to the feminine. And so when someone acts feminine, they become a batty boy, they become a sissy, they become these other things, even if that's not their orientation. So it's usually leveraged early on. The first times you hear it, usually when you're a kid, it's usually at a boy. And that he's acting like a girl. He's acting like the lesser. And then when girls act outside of their gender norms and are more tomboyish or butch, not feminine enough, they're called out by their name as well, because they're not being who society expects them to be as a woman. So we render gender roles and behaviors as somehow what the person actually is and who they are and who they will be and whether they can contribute or not. So these behaviors, this anti-fem, is a form of misogyny that is continually presenting itself in our oppression. Its most violent forms are against transgender women in particular, and to a degree trans men as well. So the singular focus on gender roles as a way of determining whether someone should be fully participating or they should act like a man or act like a woman holds us all back. This isn't just holding back gays and lesbians and bisexuals, it's holding back everyone, and in particular women. So sometimes when I hear some women who are homophobic, I question them and say, without even thinking of this through a feminist lens, you don't need to be a feminist. You're a church-going woman, but you believe that you have the right to speak up and that you should have equal voice. And in that regard, when you engage in homophobia, you actually work against your own desires for equal participation as well. So that's the oversimplified version just based on gender roles. The other issue that I've always found curious is the focus on sex. Asking people about their sex and how they have it, or do you do that? This focus on the sex act as if that's the only, and that's not to desexualize gays and lesbians or heterosexuals. I mean, sexuality and a good sex life and sex culture is an important, healthy thing. But an overfocus in terms of only seeing people through a sexual lens is a form of marginalization that is not unfamiliar to those of us who have studied race theory and racism. And those of you who understand that or know that the over-sexualization of the Black body was a way that slave masters kept us in place. So when we start talking about sex and only seeing someone through a sex lens, we need to complicate the conversation. Why is that such a focus? Why is that the only focus? Again, not to desexualize those of us who have a healthy sex life, but it contributes to us not being in full participation, but it also it reconnects with another, it reconnects us to another part of our history, particularly those of us who are Black and descendants of slaves. The other thing it unfortunately contributes to is rape culture, an over focus on sex, as a means to put down or engage or make fun of gays and lesbians is connected right back to the very ills that we face as a society around rape and sexual assault, when we over-focus on people's bodies in that way. So those were the things I wanted to bring to you today. That take pride in who you are, focus on community, and for those who are still trying to learn about us, to understand that homophobia and transphobia, your disgust or don't want to deal with or anger toward gays and lesbians existing, is also contributing to issues of racism and sexism globally, but particularly sexism and women broadly. So what is the call for? That we all take pride in who we are as humans and that we want to work together. And that is where we come back to our motto, our flag, and our national anthem. That we want to progress together, that we need diverse voices in the room in order to have diverse ideas. We'll have our disagreements, but together we can solve problems and move forward, not just as a nation in the Bahamas, but as a human species. We are faced with some challenging things that are in front of us, such as climate change in particular. And not to say, oh, you need to involve gays and lesbians. We need to involve everyone, and we need to do that without bias and without prejudice. So to you, I say, happy Pride and march on, Bahamaland. Good day.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Billy, for that great, inspiring keynote address for our Bahamian citizens and our persons for Pride. We will now go into our next part, which will be our regional panel, who will bring remarks from the Prides from around the Caribbean. So we'll start off with ECADE, which will be Kanita Placid.
Hi, good morning, everybody, and happy Pride Bahamas. To all the folks in Bahamas and across the Caribbean, let me first of all thank you for inviting me here. And as a member of the 758 Pride Committee, it's really an honor for us to be able to connect and share our journeys across the waters. And with COVID this year, we recognize how it has forced us into virtual world, but even that has allowed us or accommodated us being able to share even more. Pride is one of those activities that we really needed to look at. Because it happened in the global north didn't necessarily mean that it was happening here unless it was on our own account. And so taking this step and recognizing why you celebrating Pride as Pride Bahamas was something that had to be community-led, grassroots-led. And it's really good to see people engaging and even showing up today to speak to their own pride and how they want to continue seeing things progress in Bahamas. So here from 758 Pride, we say congratulations, and we are certainly here celebrating with you. Thank you so very much.
I will now call on Trinidad and Tobago, TT Pride. Calling on Trinidad and Tobago's TT Pride. You can unmute your mic. We'll come back to TT Pride. We'll go to Jamaica's Pride.
Hello, everyone. Are y'all here? Is everyone hearing me well? Okay.
Yes.
I don't say no, so I'll continue. Thanks, Alexus. And I really want to thank you and the Pride Bahamas committee for inviting us to participate in your activities on this panel and to celebrate with you this momentous occasion. To borrow a little from what Kenita said, I think that Pride in the Caribbean, in the Global South, represents our indigenous ways of celebrating ourselves outside of the script that is often given to us by actors in the global north. And it is important that we find ways of doing this that center our communities' own desires for celebrating self in their own unique ways. And for me, it is heartwarming to see the kinds of creativity that comes out of the different ways in which we approach Pride across the region. For example, I remember once I was in Trinidad while they were having their month-long set of activities for Pride, and I was like, oh, wow. So even within our own region, there's a diversity of approach, and the more actors within the region that come up and celebrate Pride can only inure to the benefit, to our benefit regionally, whether it is you do a breakfast party in Jamaica or you do a soca party in Trinidad, or you have a series of events including movie nights and things like that. You're really providing a platform for us to show up and show out in the best ways possible. And critically, to stake a claim, as Natino said, and to let them know that we're not going anywhere. And I think that's why the moment of Pride matters, because despite what they say about us globally, and despite what they say about us with locks, sorry, I got distracted. Despite what they say about us at home locally, we are saying that we're from the Caribbean and we are proud to be LGBT, and there's something phenomenally majestic about that and something phenomenally powerful about us saying that you can have both identities and exist. And so I really want to celebrate Pride Bahamas for doing this kind of celebration, and hope to see many more in the years to come. Thank you.
And Tobago, Pride. Your mic is on mute. TT Pride, you can go ahead with your opening remarks. All right, so TT Pride is experiencing a little bit of technical difficulty. We will go into the next segment, which will be the regional discussion with our Pride. Oh, you're there. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry about that. Happy Pride.
Happy Pride.
I want to congratulate you and your team and of course Bahamas the tenacity in this time to ensure that you have Pride celebrated. So important, not just for yourselves, but really for the region. I think that we need to support one another and to demonstrate that we're committed to human rights and supporting and protecting the most vulnerable among us, because that sets the right trend for the rest of humanity, really. And we, as small islands, we are encouraged by each other, be the global north and Europe are focused on their issues. No one really the time to consider how do our unique experiences fit into those mix. We are very happy for you, and we are very interested at the same time, and we are really excited by the scope of that you've planned for the week, and we're very happy to be a part of it and to have been invited to share this with you. We are doing our best to support from Trinidad and Tobago. We will be sharing your content, and a number of our members and supporters will be tuning in as well as best as they can to share across the waters. So happy Pride again, and we really look forward to working with you now and in the future to protect our people and to save lives. Because I always say here at home, if we save but one life, we would have made a difference. And all of the work and the trauma and the low points would be worth it for that person. And we may never know who that person is, but their life would have been saved and others would have been protected. So congratulations and happy Pride.
Those remarks from all of our members from Prides from out the Caribbean. We truly thank you for being a part of this opening virtual ceremony for us. And for us, this is very symbolic to show the unity amongst the Caribbean region. I would like to thank Jamaica Pride, St. Lucia Pride, and Trinidad and Tobago Pride. We will now turn it over to Erin Greene, who will continue the conversation with the Pride committees from around the Caribbean.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I just want to give you a little video so you know that I'm here. But I'm going to turn off the video to save bandwidth and have the best audio possible. Today's panel is the Regional Advocacy Panel. In 2001 and 2002, the Pride Committee hosted the first documented Pride events in the Bahamas. In 2014, Victor Rollins hosted another Pride event in Grand Bahama, but neither of these celebrations of Pride were part of a regional movement or strategy. The rebirth of Pride is an important moment for the Bahamas LGBTI community. It is not just an opportunity to build upon the work of those that came before us, but also a chance to learn, love, laugh, heal, and celebrate with our brothers and sisters in the Caribbean and the diaspora. Today, we'll be having a conversation with advocates from Jamaica, St. Lucia, and Trinidad and Tobago about their work and regional advocacy and organizing. I'm going to introduce the panelists, read their bio, and then we'll begin the discussion. Rudolph Hanamji, or Rudy, as he is commonly known in the community, has been a public advocate for LGBTQ plus issues since the age of 15, when he was the PRO for the Caribbean MSM publication Free Forum. He is the co-founder and co-chair of Pride TT, which has hosted TNT's very own Public Pride Month and Parade since 2018. He holds a master's degree in innovation and has 20 years of experience in business development, marketing, innovation, and project management, and is the Director of Marketing and Communications for the TNT International Financial Center. He has an avid love for theater and the arts, being a photographer and writer. A main focus of his national development work in TNT is on building sustainable community projects with an emphasis on social entrepreneurship. Rudy was also the youngest openly gay politician and served as a former national executive member of one of TNT's ruling parties in 2010 to 2015, where he fought for gay and lesbian issues and other national development causes. He enjoys coordinating LGBTQ plus events which unite the community. Welcome, Rudy. Our next speaker, thank you. Our next speaker is Kenita Placide. She's the co-founder and executive director of the Eastern Caribbean Alliance for Diversity and Equality. She has advocated around HIV and human rights inclusive of women, youth, and LGBTI issues for over 15 years and has worn many hats to bring attention and funding to the smaller islands in the eastern part of the Caribbean. A runner-up for the LGBT Intergroup's Go Visible Award in 2012, she is the mind behind the planning and implementing of many Caribbean sub-regional sessions, seeking to remove barriers of patriarchy and LGBT advocacy on a feminist platform. Kenita serves as co-organizer of the first Caribbean Women and Sexual Diversity Conference for the past 5 years. She is one of many called to honor in 2016 as a champion of change by the Pan-Caribbean Partnership for HIV/AIDS, PANCAP. Welcome, Kenita.
Thank you.
And our third speaker today is Mr. Glenroy Murray. He is a social justice and human rights advocate with specific focus on LGBT rights, women's rights, and youth development. He acts as the Director of Strategy and Impact at JFLAG and tutors constitutional law and criminal law at the University of the West Indies, Mona campus. He has Master of Laws in Law, Development, and Globalization from the School of Oriental and African Studies in the University of London. Through his advocacy work, he has sought to broaden the focus of policy and legal advocacy in the Jamaican LGBT movement. He is the conceptualizer and editor of the Gay Agenda, which is a philosophical document which represents the Jamaican LGBT community, their desires and visions for the transformation of Jamaica. Glenroy is a 2018-2019 Chevening Scholar. Welcome, Glenroy.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Thank you very much. So we will be having a conversation, like I said, with these advocates about their work and regional advocacy and organizing. And so my first question for our panelists is, well, the first two questions are, how did you become involved in advocacy and why is regional advocacy important? Glenroy, Kenita?
I was just trying to figure out who's going first.
Yes.
Yeah.
Glenroy, since you're the first letter of the alphabet among us.
That's a good idea. Yeah, I like that.
Well, for me, my work in advocacy did start with the regional. So I was one of the researchers on the Guyanese case around the anti-castrating laws. I was working with Tracy Robinson at the time at the Human Rights Advocacy Project. It was when it was at the stage of the Court of Appeal, and I was supporting some of the arguments that were making there. And then I was connected to JFAG, and I started supporting them with legal research. But yeah, it was kind of interesting. I started with working with the regional and then focused on the local. And I guess through my local engagement, I participated in different regional fora. Because to answer the second question, I think there's a strength in regional advocacy, particularly from a legal perspective, because that's my background. I know for a fact that Caribbean judges, they prefer when there are cases with legal content, for example. So for example, the winning was important for those in Trinidad, and I think the winning Guyana will be important for years to come because of what it talks about. So for me, I've always seen regional work and experience sharing as critical.
Thank you. Now, like I told the panelists earlier, you don't have to answer any question you don't want to answer. That's the beauty of being an advocate, right? You know how to shift the conversation. But I will say, I would love to hear from Rudy on this question because this is my first time meeting Rudy and learning about his work in the region.
Sure, Erin. Thank you again, and good morning to the rest of my panelists and the other viewers. You know, this question has been asked of me a couple of times, and the more I think about it, and also listening to persons older than I am who've been advocates for decades, I want to posit that our advocacy actually begins before we even know it sometimes. When we live by just being ourselves, even bore we become self-conscious and society starts pushing back on us, we are informally advocating for space. And your opening spent a lot of time dealing with that. Natino spent a lot of time talking about taking up space. So interestingly, looking back on it, and I do acknowledge certain privileges that I would have had that supported me in being who I was, like my family, for example, and other support mechanisms. I realize now that I was an advocate just by being myself. And when I left secondary school, some of the younger guys at the college, they came up to me on graduation day and told me thank you. And I didn't really understand what they were talking about at the time. And later on, as years passed on, they explained that that was just because I was being myself as an older person in the college. They felt more comfortable by, seeking out their own truth. But what got me into formal advocacy was actually the HIV/AIDS epidemic and the great losses that our community was facing, because I was able to come out very early. I made friends who were already in their late 30s, 40s, and that entire group of people were highly impacted, of course, by HIV and all of the additional discrimination and stigma that came with that, and the displacement of their entire lives. And when you have friends who become like your family and you see them suffering, I think the natural human response is, how can I help? And that's how I got involved with Dennis James, who was one of Trinidad and Tobago's first advocates in the area of LGBTQI and HIV work. He worked alongside people like Esvic Padmore and Godfrey Seeley, God rest his soul, in these areas. And Danny asked me to be the public relations officer for this magazine that was supported by UNAIDS at the time. And it was a regional publication. The internet had just started being available, and he was able to transform a printed version of it into a digital online website. And that's how my advocacy really started in HIV/AIDS. And from there, it started to expand because we learn as we go along. So you only know your reality, but then when you get into the community and you start working with people from different segments, you realize that that's not the reality, that there's so many people that live different lives and identities. And that's where, of course, I first met members of the trans community. And since then, they have remained our most vulnerable community. So that's where my work started. And that's what I build upon now. And it's why I understand, as I said in my opening remarks, the importance of regional advocacy. As to answer your second question, we don't have the numbers sometimes within our territorial jurisdictions to get a point across. We don't have access sometimes to equity of equitable access, I should say, of certain resources. I mean, I was happy and privileged to be part of Bermuda's first Pride, and the level of corporate support that Bermuda was able to attract is what facilitated them inviting myself and other prides to theirs for their opening ceremony. We don't have that yet in Trinidad and Tobago. So if we work together as a region, we continue, and we are already, but if we build on it and we identify where the similarities are, where the gaps are, I think that we can set an example for the rest of the world, which, by the way, is looking at us now, because to some of them, they never thought we would ever have a pride. I mean, there's a lot of narrative out there that these islands are basically the worst, most homophobic places in all of human existence, and a lot of the banana republic colonial mentalities still exist about us. And when we show them that we can mobilize and organize and represent and set a trend for human rights advocacy, they take note of that. So I think that's why it's important, and again, to give my full commitment and that of the entire team at Pride TT to support wherever we can.
Awesome, thank you so much. Now to Kenita. Before I start, let me just say this. I became an advocate in the year 2000 when Helen Clinaris asked me to come and check out a local branch of a group called CAFRA, Caribbean Association for Feminist Research and Action. But I became involved in regional advocacy when Kenita and members of the regional community reached out to the organization I was a part of, Rainbow Alliance of the Bahamas, to join them. But let me say this, because of Kenita, I have remained involved in regional advocacy for the last 13 to 16 years. Because of her support and because of her desire to build, real, authentic, working and living networks through the Caribbean. And so, to the person to the woman who I have seen in the trenches from the beginning, let me ask you, how did you get involved in advocacy? And I know that you believe that this work is important, and share a bit with us about why you believe it's important. Let me just say, a record is a testament to the importance of regional advocacy.
Just when I thought I was going to give a very short, not too in-depth, Erin puts me on the spot. Actually, my advocacy started from at home, getting into the drug-free group. I was one of those drug-free youth that would tell you no drinking Coke and no smoking and no coffee. But I also had to learn how to stay away from violence and knives and guns. It seemed to have been the route I was taking. And I actually had a police officer who was in charge of a drug-free group get in touch with, pull me under her wings, and that probably saved me to the person I am today. So apart from being in drug-free, Red Cross, volunteering at different levels, national, the Debaters Club at secondary school. So it seems like there was always something happening that I got involved in. I always like to get involved with activities that assisted or helped people. And so this is how really and truly from secondary school, I started going out to parties. And so my advocacy did not even start with political advocacy or lobbying like we know it. It started with wanting to create space for people to actually socialize. And so by me being acquainted with certain people in St. Lucia, I started going to parties from 15, 16 when I could have gotten away. And through that, then I started organizing parties and bringing people together. One of the things that really hit me was 2005, while planning for Valentine's party, the co-host of the party was actually found dead 2 days before. he was brutally murdered and thrown down a precipice in St. Lucia. And it then took advocacy for me to another level, because we couldn't understand St. Lucia having a gay man murdered in such a brutal way. In 2006, we had another person brutally murdered. And this is where I actually got involved with the organization, United and Strong. With United and Strong, we started calling on the government to increase protections or to ensure protections for LGBT persons, to have swift investigations of those murders, and to actually have some form of justice. This is what actually pushed me to another level. Through doing that, I was then invited to a 2007 meeting in Ocho Rio, Jamaica, where they were actually doing a revamp of, actually 2006, they invited me to that first meeting in Ocho Rio, where they revamped what was known as sea flags, Caribbean Forum for Lesbians and All Gays, which we now know as carry flags. So carry flags have taken many revamps. I think now we're on version 13 or something, still revamping, still hoping that it gets it together and actually have a focused regional process that includes all of us. But I think regional organizing between the 2006 and 2007 moment, being invited by CVC, being invited by PANCAP, being involved in the regional conversations that even started litigation in this region with Europe, it made me realize that we cannot do it as small islands on our own, as islands generally. And a lot of things, Jamaica kind of led the conversation, because it seems that this was where all the expertise were. The people who were invested in moving things forward, the people who were able to actually be visible, was actually from the country considered to be the most homophobic. And so they had so many meetings take place in Jamaica, and by extension Trinidad, started looking at, okay, I'm from the OECS, what does that look like for us? Most times, between 2007 and 2009, I was the only female at a meeting talking about MSMs, men having sex with men, and people wondering, why is she here? She is not an MSM. But I happen to work with an organization that also inclusive of MSMs, and I was the lead. And so between trying to get more people at the table and also trying to figure out where trans and women sit at that table, it was a whole new advocacy. And so yes, Erin, Carry Flags 2007 revamp in Barbados was where we met and where things flew off.
Yes. When Rab joined, Vicky Sawyer was the trans rep for a session. It was a powerful time for me, because there was, outside of Rab, there was very little organizing going on in country, and Rab is the Rainbow Alliance of the Bahamas.
Yeah. And even in that time, we saw everything was kind of focused on HIV and MSMs, and everybody else was left out. And so it was not soon after that, after having a conversation with MSMGF and AMFA, they launched a new program that then became MSM and trans inclusive around HIV, recognizing that they were missing populations. But still, the advocacy for women was not there, because women were at a 0.00 something risk factor for HIV. So empowerment was not being done with women, but rather only MSMs and trans for many years before we actually got some kind of say. And still we can see that it is still limited in the scope and the reach in terms of now, because lesbians have, or women have been left out of this conversation for so long, we had to enter a totally new process of trying to get buy-in from them for the projects that we wanted to see happen with them, for them, and by them, because they were just like, we have, you know, this is not for us, this is for MSMs, and not seeing themselves in that kind of space.
Absolutely. And when Rab joined Carry Flags, Rab was a advocacy and support group and did no work, virtually no work with HIV and AIDS, the LGBT community, and key populations or vulnerable populations. And so for me, being a part of this regional movement was very important, despite the fact that we weren't actually engaging in work that was on that platform. But I'm so glad that I stuck it out, and I continue to encourage, you know, Bahamian participation in the regional movement, because look how it has grown. You know, look at it has grown, and the ways in which we have continue to build spaces together, particularly in the trans community and the sort of women's community, women, bisexual women, trans women community. And so I want to take a little switch. I'm gonna get back to you, Kanita, on some questions about women's organizing, but I want to switch to Glenn Roy and talk a bit about J-Flag. J-Flag has been from my time as an advocate, a constant presence in the region and in regional advocacy. I see that Jamaica, J-Flag has undergone a name change. And so I want to ask Glenn Roy about the name change, but also that J-Flag has facilitated the creation of two organizations in Jamaica. We Change, which is a women's, you know, LBT organization, and Transwave Jamaica. Glenn Roy, can you tell us a bit more about those two organizations, how they came into being, and how is regional organizing supporting, in particular, trans rights advocacy in the region?
Okay, so, oh gosh, I think there were several questions asked, and I think I kind of forgot the first one, but it was something else.
So how and why did J-Flag change its name?
Technically, we didn't change our name. It's a common misconception because of how we positioned it. So I think what happened was there was a need to establish a different entity to facilitate some projects we were taking on, and as well as because we were doing more social media work, and we wanted persons within the community to be able to engage with us without necessarily outing themselves. And so we came up with Equality for All Foundation as a name, but it's more like the clothes that we put on at different points in time rather than a completely different name overall. We still use J-Flag in many different spaces, including locally. We do business with different persons as Equality, and we may do business with funders as Equality because of its legal status. But we're still very much J-Flag that sometimes, I guess, puts on the clothes of Equality for All Foundation. And we oftentimes do that when we're talking about the broader work of the different entities that are considered our affiliate organizations. So to look at like how the other entities have been developed, I think it's important that we kind of go back to the history of J-Flag. So and I just want to point out that J-Flag is built off of the work of 4 organizations that came before. So for example, the gay freedom movement that started in the 70s, and then in many ways because of the impact of HIV and AIDS on our communities, Jamaica AIDS Support for Life kind of took over, focusing on that issue. But it was through Jamaica AIDS Support for Life that J-Flag was nursed to focus on issues affecting the LGBT community specifically outside of the context of HIV, because there were overlapping issues with HIV and LGBT issues, but there are also areas of separation, and there needed to be that focus. So I guess in that kind of spirit of nurturing other entities, J-Flag has always kind of done that. So for example, when we started back in 1998, by 2001, there was a group called by 1999 actually, there was a group called Lesbians in Action, which was a women's affiliate of sorts of JFLAG at the time. And then they transformed into Women for Women, who did a lot of work around LGBTQ women's organizing and trans-related organizing. And then Women for Women kind of died down a little bit. And by 2015, there was very limited work around queer women's issues. And so JFLAG had, I think in partnership with JASL, a training to promote the participation of women in human rights advocacy. And that's how We Change was born as, JFLAG's first affiliate that focused at the time on lesbian, bisexual, and trans women's issues. And the main impetus was to increase the participation of women, make sure their issues were being addressed within the country, but also within JFLAG, to make sure that as an organization, we were considering gender issues and we were looking inwards at what issues were being prioritized by our work and the ways in which we used to kind of focus more so on issues that primarily affected men. And so that's how We Change was born, to kind of challenge us and the rest of the movement to create space for queer women. Okay, so Kenita, well, this is before my time, so this is, but Kenita is pointing out that Latoya Nugent, which was one of the founding members of We Change, attended the Women's Conference in 2013. I'm guessing that's CSW, CSW SDC, and she went back home and started Change. So,
Caribbean Women's Sexual Diversity Conference.
Yes. I always try to remember that acronym properly. But yes, so thanks for that, Kenita, as well. And so what happened with Transwave, which is our trans affiliate organization, and we actually have another called Equality Youth, and they're focused on youth development and issues affecting LGBT youth. But with Transwave, there was also a workshop put on by We Change in partnership with JFLAG around another advocacy training. And within that training, the Transwave was born to focus on trans health and wellness, because at the time there wasn't dedicated focus on those issues, even though there were different entities who, raised issues around trans persons' realities, including the Color Pink Foundation, and there was Aphrodite's Pride. So there have been different entities, but I think what has happened is with these affiliate organizations, because they've had established relationships with JFLAG, who by 2015 would have certain structures in place and would be able to mobilize funding for these smaller entities and so that they could do their own work in their own way. There was an opportunity to have like a consistent base for these organizations to do their own work, because we were acting as fiscal sponsors. And I think as an approach to engendering the participation of diverse voices within the movement, I think it's something that JFLAG did well, not to toot our own horn, but as, nobody wrote them time this. So, but yeah, it was something that was done well so that other persons and other communities within the community could have dedicated focus on their issues without undue control by the older organizations. So from the get-go, they would come up with their own work plan, they would identify their key issues, and they would start the process of mobilizing their funding, but we would act as a kind of a receiver so that they could do their work and get support from funders who, of course, sometimes look at skepticism with newer organizations. And so we still provide, technical support to these entities, even as they grow and change and develop even more and more independence.
Awesome. Thank you very much. And so Rudy, both Glenroy has talked about a network of organizations and an affiliation of organizations in Jamaica, and how that model works and the benefits of it. Can you tell us a bit about Pride TNT's work? Is it a coalition of organizations, and is there a coalition of organizations in Trinidad and Tobago? And in particular, did they come together to ensure that, that Pride came off?
Thank you for the question, Erin. And I'm always happy to have this conversation in particular. It's a difficult one for us sometimes within the community to have. But here goes. Like Glenroy said, the work that we're doing today would not have been possible, or at least possible in its current state, had it not been for the decades of work of many persons, individuals and organizations that have gone before us. Now, growing up in the community here in Trinidad and Tobago and being part of Advocacy, it was clear that while there were times when organizations cooperated, there was always this deep-seated competitive tension that pervaded the work. And we understand why this happens. You are dealing with groups of people who are already traumatized, they are oppressed, they are trying to find their space, their respective spaces. And you have different experiences and identities, and some identities, of course, have more privilege and more access than others. And there's all of this going on. So for many years in Trinidad and Tobago, you did not see a consistent and equitable collaboration of various NGOs and CBOs and advocacy agents. People were doing things that created a lot of duplication, as well as a lot of confusion. And I don't know if that is a Caribbean thing. We could joke about it. We could say, well, we like Movilang and Bacchanal, but it really undermines the sustainability of the work. However, as time progressed and people start seeing the world differently and realizing that you can't do all of this work on your own, there were accommodations. So groups like Friends for Life, for example, as I stated earlier, which was started by people like Esvik Padmo and has been continued by Luke Sinet and many others, they were able to create a platform, if you will, for other smaller groups to start working together. They created something called the Memorial. And every year for Pride, as it was celebrated back then, they would have this event where everyone would come together, all the advocates and all the different groups would come together to remember those that we lost, not just because of HIV/AIDS, but for any other reasons, through violence, through natural morbidity, etc. And because people started working together like that in a very sort of informal but, compassionate way, in more recent times, groups like Silver Lining Foundation, Friends for Life, and Trans Coalition of Trinidad and Tobago, and others, they started working under an umbrella organization called the Alliance for Justice and Diversity. Now, the AJD is not a formally recognized NGO, but it became an umbrella unit, if you will, that again provided a platform for these various groups like KAISO and others to work together towards a common purpose. The challenge remained that we did not have one formally recognized, legally enshrined body that could be seen as an umbrella organization. And when Jason Jones, who some of you might know of, decided to take the case to the court against the buggery laws, as we call them in the vernacular, the Offences Against the Person Act, that one act, interestingly, it created a disruptive moment in our society when people who, for many reasons, couldn't get along, recognized that, listen, we need to put our baggage in a box for a moment, and we mobilized for the first time the largest unification of groups, individuals, and allies across all identities and agendas. And we mobilized outside of our parliament and our high court on the day when the judgment was given. And there were some of us in the movement that recognized that this was a tipping point. It was a moment that we could either lose or we could build upon. And myself and persons like Josh Ryan and Brandy Rodriguez, Eswick Padmore, I mean, Kennedy Mirage, and many others that I can call. You can visit our website and you'll see all of them listed there. We decided to come together and hold the fort and create Pride TT. And what Pride TT has become is really and truly the largest collaboration in LGBTQI spaces in our history, at least in Trinidad and Tobago. And I'm listening to Glenroy talk about, J Flag's work. And Glenroy, if you'll accept this compliment, some of what J Flag was able to do in Jamaica is what we are trying to model after. Because we saw that you all acted as a home for many different groups that did not find a space before. And in 2018, it was all the groups came together for the first time in our history and was able to host our public Pride, our first public Pride. Now, I just want to end quickly by saying that over the years, not everything has been hunky-dory, and some of the legacy issues reared their head. And there were people, individuals and groups who, for different reasons, decided that they would either sit Pride out or do things on their own. And that's fine, because we need to have space for everybody to operate. But Pride this year, even during COVID, Pride TT was actually able to attract more than 30 stakeholders and even supported the birth of new organizations like Uni Pride, which was an idea that came out of Pride UE, which is Trinidad and Tobago's LGBTQI university group at the St. Augustine campus. And with our support, they have been able to launch this idea called Uni Pride, where they want to create a tertiary level Pride organization to deal with LGBTQI work. And we've also worked with the Trans Coalition of Trinidad and Tobago to launch the Sasha Face Memorial Fund, which is in remembrance and in honor of Sasha Face, one of our trans sisters who was brutally taken from us some years ago. So this is what Pride TT aims to be. It's a melting pot. And I've said it publicly elsewhere. You're not always going to like each other, but you have to be compassionate for each other. And everyone is allowed at the table. Sometimes you have to stand on the table. You have to sit on somebody else's lap. You have to stand by the door, leave, come back in. But that's what we're working towards, the idealistic umbrella unified group, because at the end of the day, that's what we need to move the agenda forward. And we've to help build on that this year, we've restructured Pride moving forward. You introduced me as the co-chair. Actually, Pride TT is chaired by 3 individuals: myself, Eva Chavez, who identifies as a lesbian woman, and she's also the chairperson, of the Women's Caucus. And we have, of course, Zoe Sazel, who identifies as a trans woman and was actually nominated by the trans community and other members of the LGBTQI community. So imagine you have people from different identities recognizing the importance of having this representation, and the communities nominating their own representation. And we are all working together to understand each other better and to support one another as we move forward. So that's how the work has evolved over time, based on the shoulders of those that have gone before, and trying to navigate these sometimes problematic and tricky spaces and work with each other, making mistakes as we go along, but recognizing those and building on it as we evolve.
Awesome. Thank you. Kanita, back to you. So I'd like you to, well, Kanita is a part of 2 regional spaces. I think one, an umbrella organization, and one a network, right? Can you tell us about ECADE, why it was formed, what it is, why it was formed, and then tell us about Caribbean Women's Sexual Diversity Conference, why that network of advocates, women, and allies was formed.
All right, I'll start with the one that's probably running the oldest one first. Caribbean Women and Sexual Diversity Conference was actually a idea of a J-Flag comrade and myself, Colin Williams Clark, who is now in Canada and in Jamaica. And our observation was the lack of women at the table. And so I think it was somewhere about 2009 or maybe a little earlier when we were introduced to Women's Way in Suriname, who actually was doing some women organizing on the ground. And we made a deliberate effort in trying to find women across the Caribbean to connect and to start this conversation around women empowerment. To the Caribbean when she migrated to Canada. And I think, Erin, even you were part of this conversation in 2007, outside one of those halls where we were having these conversations with persons who attended, and we're saying we need to do something for women. There are a number of things that took place after that in terms of my own empowerment and involvement in different training. But finally, in 2013, we actually collaborated with FOCO, which is a LGBT organization in Curacao. And the first conference was held. This was looking at an empowerment space for women, diverse women, trans persons, and we left it as trans persons because we recognize that they were not spaces for men or women who identified as trans, especially in the smaller islands. And trans populations that existed then were still kind of below the radar, incubated into different organizations, but not necessarily with a voice of their own. And so all of our empowerment conferences, which so far we have hosted 7 of them, one each year from 2013, has been that to identify new leaders, to continue empowering and sensitizing leaders that are already at the forefront, but creating support across waters and also creating an energy that allows them sometimes to breathe, especially for those who do not necessarily have the that kind of support back in country, depending on how your organization is doing things or whether they understand your own issues and willing to hear it. And I think a lot of the Caribbean work has been pushed on what community needs, and therefore there was a major disconnect. So this was the giving birth of the Caribbean Women's Conference. In 2012, we got this discussion going simply because United and Strong in St. Lucia was able to host what was called an international dialogue. And in that dialogue, we had a women's caucus that took women from all over the world because it was as it said, international. So we had persons from Pacific, from Africa, as well as the global North and Caribbean, all speaking about spaces that are not available for women, and they sharing their views. And it actually pushed it further. During that dialogue, it's one where carry flags at the time also got some funding. And so that's where the dots kind of connect, because carry flags got some funding from the US State Department. And at that time, opened 4 hubs. There was the Eastern Caribbean Hub, There was the non-Commonwealth Western Hub that was positioned in the DR. There was the Commonwealth Western Hub that was positioned in Jamaica, JFLAG. And then there was the Southern Hub that was actually positioned in Trinidad, in Kaiso. And as I say Kaiso, it just reminds me, Rudy, it's interesting because I actually thought Kaiso was a coalition in the very beginning, but I heard you speak to ADJ and not Kaiso at all. So maybe something to follow up on. And, you know, in doing that, I actually became the rep for the Eastern Caribbean Hub. So actually, whilst I was with United and Strong, this allowed me as executive director of United and Strong and the coordinator of the Eastern Caribbean Hub to start thinking about how we bring Caribbean together. And although I was responsible for only the smaller islands, there was a lot that was left to be done, because then when we got funding for some security training, documentation, documenting of violations and stuff like that, I was actually able to invite the entire Caribbean by speaking to the other hub coordinators, and we made it a regional where we started seeing more and more so, not just bringing people for consultations and get their opinions, take the ideas and run away, but actually get to do some meaningful training and impact assessments that allowed us to develop further programs. And so when the funding for the US State Department ended, and we were not sure what was happening with carry flags and the Eastern Caribbean Hub, I was able to pull in some money that allowed, through United and Strong, to host what was called an Eastern Caribbean Strategy Meeting. For that Eastern Caribbean Strategy Meeting was really to try to understand, what did people want? The Eastern Caribbean Hub was about to be closed. Do they want to see more organizing? How does that look? What does that entail? Where are organizations at? And in 2016, I joined outright as the Caribbean advisor. And so during that period, and with that meeting being held by United and Strong, it gave us an opportunity to move forward. At that 2015 meeting, people decided that they wanted an independent sub-regional organization that would continue doing some of the projects that we're doing under the Eastern Caribbean Hub. And so by the time I joined outright in 2016, April of 2016, it was connecting the dots as to what that regional program looks like. I think one of the things that's very important is, and I guess because I have the regional lens, not just that of pushing into St. Lucia, I do look at what Glenroy is doing in Jamaica, and I look at what Rudy is doing in Trinidad, and I look at where those dots can actually connect, what we can work with each other on, what we need to pull each other into conversation on, and looking at even sometimes where that money is, and making sure that groups know that it's there and they can reach it. So this is really the forming of both the Caribbean Women and Sexual Diversity Conference, which started in 2015, and ECADE, which had the first, well, the consultation was in 2015, but we got legal status June of 2016 here in St. Lucia, where the secretariat is based. And right now, our organization, although the primary focus is LGBT, it also have inclusive membership of women, girls, human rights, and HIV organizations across the Eastern Caribbean. And we have some associate members that exist throughout the rest of the Caribbean, and those that we continue to work with.
Awesome. But let's get that date right. The first Caribbean Sexual Diversity Conference was in 2013. in Curacao.
2013.
It was
2013 in Curacao.
It was awesome. We had participants from, like you said, the Pacific, from Australia, I think, Yvonne. We had participants from South Africa, I think Kim, and we had participants from throughout the region, including the global north. It was
Yeah.
an awesome time.
That year we had Adrian from Venezuela, you know, so
Yes.
I think we have had, so far the women's conference have picked up from our 20 persons to almost, I think Jamaica hosted almost 90 persons last year. And we have seen, I mean, last year's keynote speaker in Jamaica was actually from New Zealand. So we have actually tried our best to keep the whole South-South conversation happening, whether it be Pacific, Africa, New Zealand. We are definitely connecting those dots and seeing how we continue to, you know, move forward as we feel it's relevant.
And the 2020 CWSD conference was supposed to be hosted in the Bahamas this year. And I so upset that y'all couldn't be here. I even saved mangoes for y'all because y'all don't believe we have mangoes in the Bahamas all the way up here. I have a picture.
And to be quite honest,
Wow.
Erin, they would say, and I probably have an apology for everybody that's looking up or anybody that will be listening to this later, because I held out until the very last minute, hoping that we in the Caribbean could have still come together. I was really hoping that, you know, we contain this COVID and being able to fly between the Caribbean islands would be an easy thing. And then we started tracking states of emergency where ports are still closed. Trinidad being one of the major ports we need open is not open yet, you know, and then we see numbers flying and escalating. And I'm like, if we had this in control in the beginning, why are we giving up now? So this year it's gonna be virtual. Some countries are gonna get to do activities in country, but we're not gonna pack up the program because we understand the exhaustion and the saturation of virtual spaces. But unfortunately, some of the money have expired time limits, which is December 2020. And so we still have to make certain things happen before the year ends. So look forward, just continue looking at ECAD's websites or ECAD's social media. You'll be seeing what's coming up.
And, you know, there've been a number of Bahamian participants at the conference. We're always grateful for that because the cost of living in the Bahamas and the cost of accommodating Bahamians in regional platforms is much higher than costs in the rest of the region. And it's one of the barriers to Bahamian participation in regional advocacy. Now, so I get a whole bunch of questions, right? But I think let's talk about, just for a moment, how work has been impacted by COVID-19, but also, you know, criminalization of buggery is one of the biggest barriers to organizing and advocacy efforts in the region, right? And though we've seen movements through the region, there are other barriers that raise issues for advocacy and for organizing. And geography, you know, the archipelagic nature of the region, and the water and the distance between us, but also language becomes a barrier to organizing in the region. And I must make note that while our panelists represent mainly English-speaking territories, I know St. Lucia has a rich, deep French history and French and Creole speaking. It's a French and Creole speaking country, but we don't have on the panel today representatives from the Dominican Republic, from Haiti, and what we call our Latin hub or our Latin American countries, the Spanish and French-speaking countries. And we don't have representation from our Dutch brothers and sisters, from our Dutch territories. So in this question, you know, if you'd like, can we talk about some of the barriers that COVID presents for organizing, and then some of the other barriers and how your organization works around them?
I guess I'll go first again. So, I mean, the easiest one to answer is COVID, because it impacts our ability to mobilize our communities. And for me, I've always felt that one of the challenges we have, in developing Caribbean LGBT movements is that a lot of times we don't have fixed community spaces. And so what holds the community together are the transient spaces we create, such as parties and lines and different activities that kind of bring people into the community. I know for me, I've always said that going to a gay party in Jamaica was where I felt when I met the community for the first time, and that was my entry point. And so when all of that becomes shut down, or just our ability as an organization to have community conversations, to hear what the community thinks about, our work and what we're doing, it definitely hampers us. And you lose some traction in that critical community building work. I think we have tried as best as possible. And I think we've experienced success in moving things online. And we've been able to create different spaces for people, and persons have expressed their gratitude. But for me, the online space curates one audience a lot of times, and then the physical spaces in their diversity creates another set of audiences. And even if some can retreat to online, not everyone can, if we talk about issues of accessibility and internet penetration. And so we would have lost some of that over the time. And I think as the pandemic progresses, we have to think about ways of getting it back in safe ways, in smaller ways, because COVID, I mean, realistically, is not going anywhere anytime soon. And so we have to start to have those conversations about how do we curate community spaces that are safe, so that we don't kind of grind to a halt in the community building work. In terms of criminalization, I don't necessarily see it as the most significant barrier. I think, and I don't necessarily share the view that all the gaps in legal protection flow from criminalization. I don't think I've ever shared that view, primarily because I feel like we live in contexts where we have criminalization, but then we also have middling protections against discrimination. And we would have criminalization, but then we have positive statements. And then there are countries that have decriminalization, but don't necessarily have certain forms of protection. So I believe in decentered criminalizing conversation, but also because in different territories, women aren't criminalized, or sex between women is not necessarily criminalized in some of the territories, but there's still those existing challenges around community organizing. And so I think when we think about, like, from a legal perspective, what halts the ways in which we're able to do our work is definitely more the pervasiveness of discriminatory attitudes and the associated fear and stigma that comes with that. And what that then requires is all the kind of work of building relationships and engaging different stakeholders, particularly those in the private sector, because we found, for example, the private sector tend to be quite conservative, sometimes even more so than some government actors. It's strange, and it's getting them to understand that you can have us curate a space for members of the community without, I guess, your business being unduly affected. And I think that's a part of the work of making organizing possible, but also, where possible, creating opportunities and developing a system of support for those queer people that can create their own spaces for that kind of organization work to happen. I think in Jamaica, we've, especially in recent years before the pandemic, the spaces where the community congregates have been spaces where there's either queer ownership or there's allied ownership. And so when we think about community organizing and community building, we have to think about how do we start to support our queer brothers and sisters so that when they start to create these spaces, that they are economically viable. And I think that's also part of the conversation. What are the systems that we are building as individuals outside of advocacy to create spaces for the community to exist and thrive? Because the truth is, I don't think all of us want to be advocates all the time. Some of us just want to exist and be. And that should be an opportunity that we have. Our lives shouldn't have to consistently be a political statement, even if by nature of us existing on the margins they are. Not everyone wants to be in that space all the time. And also I think a part of the work is also what are those spaces that are being developed for us to just relax and chill and be, and how are our entities supporting those spaces so that at the appropriate times, they can be leveraged to push the agenda and the work forward. But we do need our resting spaces. And I think that's also what we need to start talking about some more. Are we curating our rest stops so that we can declutter and de-stress and just exist in critical ways?
Awesome. Thank you, Glenroy. Thank you. So I have some serious question, but I want us to talk about Pride a little bit, right? In 2014, I participated in the 2014 Human Rights and Justice for All International Visitors Leadership Program hosted by the US State Department. And this group included people from Trinidad, Guyana, Suriname, Haiti, Belize, Jamaica, and the Bahamas. And we were fortunate enough to have our trip timed so that we caught the tail end of the Washington, D.C. Pride. The whole group, we stood as the Grand Marshals in the Iowa City Pride. And then again, we marched in the San Francisco Pride. I want to say that the difference between the Washington, D.C. and San Francisco Pride, massive compared to the Iowa City Pride, which was community-centered and church and family-centered, a church and family-centered event as well. So I want to ask you guys about Pride, right? Because that's what we're here for. And the questions are, what does Pride look like in your country? How do you personally celebrate Pride? And what do you think the future of a regional Pride movement is? And that anybody could jump in.
Wow. Maybe if I could jump in right there. First of all, we've been celebrating Pride for 30 years plus in Trinidad and Tobago, but it's been private. The stalwarts in the community would bear me out on that. So in 2018, when Sharon Motley screamed at us after the Jason Jones case, what I always wanted was a Pride parade. Yes, Sharon, we remember you shouting at us and really inspiring us. Almost immediately, we recognized that Pride could not just be the parade. Our Pride had to resemble us in Trinidad and Tobago and everything that the LGBTQI community stands for and has helped to build. And that's why we worked with I Am One, which was one of the older LGBTQI groups. We used Kaiso's space to have all of our meetings, but I Am One actually lent us their name because I created something called the Pride Arts Festival. And it was really their way of harnessing all of the artistic creativity and power that resides in the LGBTQI community and using that as a platform to express and to take up space. So I Am One actually allowed us to borrow the name and Kaiso gave us their space. And that is how Pride was launched, as an arts festival. We are known, like some of you all are as well, for Carnival. And we actually want Pride to be Carnival in July. We actually celebrate a month of Pride. It's always a square month from the last weekend in June to the last weekend in July. And there are two reasons for that. One is that we don't want to directly compete with some of the main prides, because some of our community members actually visit those prides. And at the same time, people from the diaspora want to come down to our pride. So it starts in that end of the June month, but it ends just before our Emancipation Day, because I think Glenroy and others were talking about the intersectionalities between racism and homophobia, etc., and transphobia and what have you. And the Trinidad and Tobago celebrates Emancipation Day that 1st of August. So what we try to do is provide a momentum and a discussion that leads into that discussion. And the month allows us to host a series of activities, everything from an art exhibition, a movie festival, workshops, discussions. We have sports days, we have the Pride Parade, of course, and the fair. And this year, we were actually able to translate most of those events into an online experience. But luckily, we were blessed because, not because God is a Trini, but because God is a queer person. We were able to have the last event as a get together in person. We followed all of our social distancing and other health protocols. But it was important for us to take that quick moment when the country had loosened some of the regulations, to take that quick moment, as Glenroy mentioned, and really touch base with each other. Because I meet people and I receive emails, the team receives emails and messages all the time. People are yearning now for that in-person interaction. And because they got accustomed to 2 years of this variety of activities, I mean, theater nights and all kinds of, we had a fashion show every year. They want it more than ever. And I think if you flip COVID-19 on its head a little bit, maybe that's one of the things that it allows is to recognize and appreciate what we may have taken for granted. Us, when I met with the head of 18, who was actually from the Black Lives Matter movement, she told me something, and I want to share that with you all as I close on this question. She said, we in the global north have been looking at what's going on in the Caribbean, and you all have owning pride as a concept, as an experience, and you're making it into your own. And yes, you have elements that are similar from other prides in global north and the rest of the world, which is great because that shows commonality. But at the same time, you're focusing on the issues that are really important to you. And in 2019, Pride TT took the decision to exalt and to shine spotlight on our TT in particular, and they led Pride that year. And everything programmatized around the trans community. So that's what Pride looks like. We really try our best to incorporate as many stakeholders as possible so that it's a reflection of who we are as Trinidad and Tobago. And in terms of a Pride movement, I think that by you having a session like and Bermuda having invited us, and each of us in our own way, we've already started, but as you were saying earlier, to find the way to marshal resources and have a more concerted, formalized approach to it, we can get the best out of the movement and help each other as best as we can. We can't wait to host you all in Trinidad and Tobago maybe next year. out Oji and her team at Beyond Homophobia, which biannually is a fantastic melting pot for all of us to meet and greet as well. And I know that to have it next year, and I hope that they can as well.
Thank you, Rudy. Okay. Well, the way we celebrated Pride in 2002, we had a full weekend of events, and we had like a community meet and greet that was open to the public, you know, at a public space, but a semi, had a panel discussion, we had the pageant party night, and then we had a church service on the Sunday closing out the weekend of events in 2001 and 2002. And I know Victor Rollins in his organized event went to I think an all-inclusive hotel on one of the family islands to host it, which was a totally different type of experience. I don't know if you guys will contribute. We are running out of time. I have about 100 more questions to ask, like the importance of women in regional organizing, how United and Strong took the ILGA, the International Gay Association chair for 2 sessions to talk about United and Strong and CWSD's work, W and the UN mechanisms. I wanted to talk about the Jason James, Caleb Orozco, Bam Bam Bam, champion from Belize. But we're running out of time. So here's what I want to do before I give you a last 1 minute closing statement and then open up to questions. I do want to ask you to call the names, right, of the organizations, country, in your hub, in your network. Are there any name of advocates or people organizing and working in the community? You know, shout out name, gonna shout out like Faye Fernandez and Yana, Rick in Jamaica, Faye in Trinidad, right? So look here, Latoya Nugent in Jamaica, We Change.
I think if you open that can of worms, there is no closing it
Yeah.
in, because they got so much that a lot of people have not heard about, you know, a number of people. And even as for example, we cannot go without mentioning some of the work Colin Robinson have done. Some of you may not have known him, but Robert Carr, who was a major setter even for CVC and carry flags in this region, really one that has held that kind of touch internationally, words in his mouth. We look at persons like Dane, like Colin Williams Clark, some of them not even in this region anymore. But even for persons who are in this region, McCoy from St. Kitts, the shy person you met, Erin, now they're leading in St. Kitts, doing beautiful things. I know Zelika in Trinidad, forever stressed, but has so many beautiful ideas on that she wants to achieve, and has been, I know, Rudy, you're in touch with her. We think Angelic Nixon, out of IDGS, in her own way, academically, but also as an activist, does. Tonya Hines out of Barbados. You have Michael Rapley, you have Rennie Holder behind the scenes. And I feel like I could jump from country to country and just, this is the point, because they have so many activists, not just us who are in the front line, but you also have a body of people who may not want the visibility, but they get outwardly.
Sassod, Gaibo, Foco, Mario and Dudley in Curacao, holding it down. Curacao, they made our trip to Curacao so welcoming and program.
line. Maybe now have a space mantra in we hosted with them before. There's also Liberty Place and Pride in St. Croix, Safe St. Martin. They have organizations in Haiti right now compared to the one that used to exist. There's Courage, there's, oh gosh, Haiti.
Okay, let me tell you, there's Courage, Sylvie, Atta, and the color, Ultra, and Heritage, and there's so many things in Haiti that we are fighting pride already here. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, C. Simon.
Thank you too.
And I have to say, Erin, just what we think about organizing in the Caribbean, regional organizing, sub-regional, we could say yes, Bahamas and Belize may be the two countries expensive in terms of finances to bring them across. Finances sometimes are easier to come across than the challenge that Haiti feel. Now in the Caribbean, which is part of CARICOM, Barbados is the only country restrictions on Haiti. All our other countries, they require visa, even in transit, which makes it even just as difficult, not just with language, also to access in our countries, which is something that we're still fighting CARICOM to remove. Governments rethink what happens with that. Because it really, apart from language, makes it difficult. Their processes, the name of those processes to get visas to come to different countries. So that has been some of the restriction in Haiti participating more.
Yeah, that is right. And we have to participate more in everything that, in everything with the pride.
Thank you. Thank you.
So at this point, before you tell me our time is over, I'm going to quickly take that 1 minute from you, because I know there is so much happening with prides. I'm so honored to be from the Caribbean, where I'm actually seeing countries doing things because they want to. Each country has its own MO, understanding what the community is ready for. Not everybody jumping after a parade because one does it or because that's what's demonstrated overseas. And I think some countries have been having Pride for a while. They own community events in-house, they get togethers, their parties, different things to celebrate the day. But I think most times people only recognize or want to recognize a Pride only if it's public and visible. And I think there are different ways to carry Pride. The work we have done is no doubt to the matter that we're just trying to set the stage. Couple years ago when I got involved was not about, it has never been about me. It has been about, one, exposing the visibility that the Caribbean exists and we're not as homophobic as people say. As a matter of fact, if we look at some of the countries that call us homophobic, we need to challenge them on their own human rights standards and protections of their people. We are dealing with a lot of our homophobia, transphobia, and things that people don't understand because they brought this to us. We inherited it, and now we need to deal with it and get rid of that shit. But at the end of the day, it is not a case where it is something that we like or we want. We're simply trying to get rid of what was given to us, which is actually bad for us because it makes our people seem to be ignorant. And the sad thing about it is persons who gave it to us only a few years ago, they got rid of it, but now want to shine the light like they're a perfect example of what we should be when they still don't get everything right. Our prides have given us much to think about, to come together, to celebrate. And I think in much places, it's just like our carnivals, as we understand our Caribbean people like two things a lot. One is food, one is music. And once you have food and music in the right place, I think that you bring people together and they can actually put their differences aside and dance and eat out and wail out. And when I say food, that's also inclusive of alcohol for those who like it, and some get a natural high, some don't. It has really been an honor to see the development of not just the prides, Erin, but even in respect to the women's spaces that have developed over the years. And if we can take it back to the Women's Conference in 2013, we would recognize that after this Women's Conference, we have seen rise to petals in Belize. We have seen We Change in Jamaica. We are not just working on LGBTQ issues, we are also doing the intersections of issues where we see issues like domestic violence and gender-based violence are being dealt with as women, girls, and LGBT. We are also seeing human rights framework becoming more inclusive. And one thing that they cannot say is that any global North organization or individual that speaks to the Caribbean without a consultation is because they don't want to, not because there is not visibility of organizations or persons they cannot get in touch with to get contact to other things. And so right now we have a voice, we have a space, we are taking that up. And I think one of the quotes that really, really pleases me is that, and I can't remember her name exactly, but they said to us, if they do not give you if they do not give you a seat at the table, walk with a folding chair. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you very much, Kanita. Glenroy or Rudy? A 30 seconds to close out the session.
You know, Jeffrey Holder, one of our great sons of the soil, Tony Award winner abroad and really revered here as a multimedia artist, he said something very similar. He said, if there's a place that doesn't want me, there's something wrong with the place. And there's certain doors that if they're locked, you just mash them down. And I mean, you take from that what you will. Pride is a personal journey. You look in the mirror. My best friend, Auntie Medina, always told me this, and others. You look in the mirror and you see what is looking back at you, and you find pride in that, and live your life to define what you see as being proud and best for you, and protect yourself and see about others and be compassionate. And without you even knowing it, many other people will look at that and be inspired quietly. You may never know, as I said, but that is really what pride is about. And if we can, those of us that are out on the front lines, if we can continue to find the strength and support one another rather than bring each other down and criticize each other, but call people in and continue to provide positive role modeling for others in the community, then that will fill a necessary pride gap. Because too often I've heard young people who role models, and we need to show them you can be so many things in this life if you just find your community and become part of this movement, which is really about saving each other's lives. Whether we save our lives through violence, preventing violence, whether we save each other's lives because we prevent suicide, or whether we prevent someone ever having lived their true life, their true identity, because we push and we provide to grow and to feel love and respect. So that's what pride is to me. And you know, I just, again, it fills my heart with a lot of love to hear you share in these sentiments, and that we're all working together to this commonality and build on what has been done in the past. So I'm really, really excited. Work.
Thank you so much.
I think I'll finish by kind of just reminding us why pride matters. And for me, I think pride matters because of all the impacts that it has that we don't readily see. Pride a lot of times acts as a beacon for a lot of queer young people who don't have any positive imagery of our local communities. For a lot of people, it's that one moment in time where they see queer people out and about, wearing their t-shirts, having fun, and know that their lives can be made livable, and that there's hope for a better future. And that's why it's so important that we do our prides in the way that we do, reflective of our own realities, and with a view to getting our own communities to feel like they can claim here that it's no longer live or die, that even if it ever was, but no longer live or die, and we can stop investing in the notion that the only way to be happily queer, if you're from the Caribbean, is to run to the Mecca of the global north to be able to live your lives. And I think Pride stands as a challenge to that, and as a call to action for our community to invest in the possibility of that better future. And I think the more of us that participate in it through regional action, through dialogue, through experience sharing and idea sharing, is a better future for the region that is possible. So thanks again to Bahamas Pride for doing the work that you're doing and for having this conversation.
Thank you so much, Glenn Roy. Before I open up to questions from the audience, I just want to say that there is a resource network, a source of information and history on the region called Caribbean IRN. I know that Angelique Nixon is a part of the collective that manages the Caribbean portion of IRN. You can search it on Facebook or online. And I encourage people that have history and stories and moments and documentation to share it with them to learn more. And I'm hoping that once this discussion is processed, it'll also be posted there. There were a lot of questions we didn't get to, including the role of tertiary level institutions like UE and University of the Bahamas, and professional institutions like URAP and other bodies, and how they support the region. Like I said, the importance of women's organizing, looking at St. Lucia, Jamaica, and Trinidad, and what they have contributed to advocacy in their countries and the region. I know it would not have been possible without the work of the women as well in those countries and in those organizations. And I think it's important to acknowledge and celebrate contributions they had in their country and in the region. And before I go, I just want to say thank you to the panelists. Thank you to the organizers for letting me host this panel, because for me as an advocate, and for many years as a sort of standalone individual advocate, my ability to connect the advocates in the region and to engage in regional advocacy really savior. It was like a balm. It was like a healing. In spaces like CWD and Cara Flag meetings, even in the trenches, in the arguing, in the negotiating, those spaces or healing spaces and very necessary spaces for me, and I know for other young advocates in the community. So before we go, I want to say that I am honored to be able to stand on the shoulders of the giants that came before me, but I'm even more honored being alive in this time with the giants that I walk among. Thank you so much, advocates. And now we open the floor to questions. If you have a question, raise your hand and unmute your mic. And I want to throw out to C. Simon and if there are any member advocates of the community in Haiti, from the Dominican Republic, if they wanted to share for 30 about what they're doing in their country, there's a space for that as well. All right, if not, I think this is a group then to end the panel. Let me say once again to Glenn Roy, Kane, and Rudy, Thank you very much. And the last thing I'm going to say is to Glenroy, look here. Thank you, Jamaica, for the work that you've done and for creating a space for the birth of the tambourine, one of the, look here, one of the most inspired movements filled with courageous, powerful women and their allies. And I just want to send that little shout out all the advocates that have helped to make the space that they grew possible. Thank you.
I would like to thank you, panelists, myself, and Erin Greene for facilitating this session with our regional panel. Thank you to Kenita, thank you to Glenn, and thank you to Rudy from TNT Pride. We're going to take a 15-minute intermission break. Keep your Zooms on, get some water, go to the bathroom. We're going to play a 15-minute break, and we're going to present to you the sounds of the Bahamas, our native junkanoo. See you in 15 minutes.
You need this? Put it in your hand. Why do I have? That's on the body. You keep it?
me say? DJ Soundblock.
We hope you enjoyed the sounds of our Bahamian Junkanoo group. That was the sounds of our culture called Junkanoo. So if you want to hear more of that, you can go on a YouTube page, put in Bahamas Junkanoo, and you'll be able to enjoy the sounds of our native culture music, Junkanoo, which is used normally during our festivals and our events. So in person, you would have experienced that had we been able to come together, but because of Ms. COVID-19, most of us in the community call her Ms. Rona. Because of Ms. Rona, we are unable to bring everybody together in one space, but we are happy that we're together virtually and that we are able to share ideas and exchange ideas and talk about issues facing us in our LGBTI community. This is a historic moment for us here in the Bahamas because it is the rebirth of Pride. It is a way that we're showing our visibility through our Bahamian community and our culture. We'd now like to call on Erin Greene, who will be giving us our Bahamian history of LGBTI persons 101. We will now call on Erin Greene for that.
Hi everyone. Give me just a few seconds, about 30. Hi everyone. My name is Erin Greene. I am an intersectional human rights advocate with a focus on LGBTI rights, women's rights, and food security as a human right. I often define myself as an imperialist, anti-capitalist advocate, as I see issues as integral to the process of decolonization and liberalization for LGBTI people. Today, I'm going to give you a history of LGBTI people in the Bahamas, because I something, and I don't know about all the people in this country and the vibrant lives that they've been living. You know, as an advocate, it's not necessarily, well, I'm an advocate, and it's not the job of the community to reveal themselves to me. As an advocate, the work that I have done, because I understand that not everybody can be out, not everybody can be open, and not everybody enjoys the privileges I have enjoyed that have allowed me to become a public advocate. You know, that is a part of the reason why I do the work. What I would like to do today, though, is give us a brief history of LGBTI advocacy in the Bahamas, talk about one or two, I think, important and interesting moments in advocacy in the Bahamas. And so I want to start in 1992 with the decriminalization of buggery, the buggery provisions in the Penal Code. And the 1992 Sexual Offenses and Domestic Violence Act would have replaced those provisions and made, well, what we call decriminalize homosexuality and penalize same-sex intercourse in public spaces. And that act was established after years of advocacy and legal changes beginning before 1989. And I know that Dr. Kreimild Saunders, one of our presenters today, is far more familiar with that process and what went on during that time. In 1992, I was 16 years old and leaving high school, and wasn't even aware of my sexuality at that time. But it is the moment that we decriminalized homosexuality. In 1998, after the arrival of a gay cruise and protests turned violent, with protesters throwing rocks and bottles at the cruise ship and allegations of tourists from the ship being attacked, the Prime Minister of at the time, Hubert Alexander Ingram, gazetted a declaration of no tolerance for violence against LGBT people in the Bahamas. And I think it was the first, if only, gazetted declaration, right? Denouncing violence against LGBT people in the country, whether they were citizens or visitors. I know in 2001, the Employment Act was passed, and that advocates lobbied for the inclusion of sexual orientation in the categories to be protected from discrimination in that act, but sexual orientation was not included in the act. And then in 2002 to 2003, the Pride Committee planned 2 successive and successful multi-day Pride events. But in 2003, as we were planning the 2003 Pride event, in July of 2003, at the independence ceremony, Bishop Samuel Greene, who was a part of the Constitutional Reform Committee at that time, made his infamous statement saying that if same-sex marriage was enacted, that he would be the next Guy Fawkes. This was an incendiary statement, and it drew the attention of members of the. And after that statement, the Rainbow Alliance was formed in 2003 July. Rainbow Alliance was formed by members of the Pride Committee, members of Be Glad, and former members of Hope Tea, a community support organization called Hope Through Education and Awareness, and other community members. In 2004, June, members of RAB, while at a meeting actually, got a call from community drawing our attention to a protest taking place in Rawson, and members of the religious community were protesting the arrival of a gay cruise in June of that year. So we went out and we observed the protests, and then learned that Rosie O'Donnell was planning, well, we knew that Rosie O'Donnell was planning a cruise for July of 2004, the next month. So during the arrival of the Rosie O'Donnell cruise, there was another protest, but Rainbow Alliance of the Bahamas held a formal demonstration of support in Rawson Square next to the protesters to welcome members of the cruise. In 2007, there was the 2007 Domestic Violence Amendment Act, which provided implicit protections for LGBTI people and constituted an expansion of definitions of domestic violence. In 2010, there was another amendment, the Sexual Offenses Amendment Act, which made the penalties for same-sex intercourse in public the same as the penalty for heterosexual intercourse in public. And then in 2013 to 2019, we held the gender equality referendum, which was, I think, an important advocacy and legal moment for the LGBTI community. So that's a sort of brief rundown of, I think, some of the more important moments in advocacy and legal events in history from 1992 to the present. I want to start by talking about the independence ceremony with Bishop Sam Greene and the formation of RAB. When members of the RAB community heard Bishop Greene's statement, it was a call to action, not just because the statement in and of itself was such a violent statement, right? This guy said that he would become the next Guy Fawkes. That's the boy who attempted to blow up King, right? To blow up Parliament hundreds of years ago. And we realized that it wasn't just, you know, a statement like hate speech. It wasn't just an incendiary statement, but it was a look into what was possibly going on in the workings of the newly constituted Constitutional Reform Committee. And we began doing some research, and we realized that in our legal system, the way that the law operates right now, or what the law is right now, is that a temporary ban on marriage exists, on same-sex marriage exists in ordinary legislation. And what we determined was that this ban couldn't be challenged by a court, right? Erin Greene couldn't take a case before the court to say, hey, the provisions that create a ban on same-sex marriage are discriminatory and unconstitutional, and I'd like to challenge them. That was impossible. But Parliament at any time, like they could decide to do it tomorrow, they could have done it yesterday, they could do it next month. Parliament at any time can lift the ban or amend the provisions that constitute a ban on same-sex marriage. So we realized that in the workings of the Constitutional Reform Committee exercises, that these members must have learned the same thing that we learned. And Bishop Greene, understanding that Parliament had the power at any time to enact same-sex marriage or lift the ban on same-sex marriage, The Parliament could do that at any time. Bishop Greene, I think possibly out of frustration, decided to make that statement. Understanding that it is possible, and I'll just make a note here, during our 2016 gender equality referendum exercise, members of the state's Vote Yes committee stated emphatically a number of times that same-sex marriage is impossible in the Bahamian in the Bahamian jurisdiction in our legal system, that it was impossible. But that's not true. And I think when Bishop Greene realized how easy it was to enact same-sex marriage, he made a quote-unquote statement of force about it. Now, years after the statement was made, years after RAB was formed, I had an opportunity to sit with Bishop Greene in an interview that never made it to air. And in that conversation, he explained that the comment that he apologizes to the LGBTI community for the comment, now understanding the fear that it generated, the violence that it must have represented at the time for members of the community. He apologized for that and indicated that the statement was not directed at the community, but was directed at the members of Parliament. And so I think this is an important moment in advocacy in the Bahamas, because in that space, we realized that if the government at the time actually held a referendum on the issue of gender equality or same-sex marriage, that it was very likely that a same-sex marriage ban would be entrenched in the Constitution. And so we quickly shift what was the Pride Committee, a group that was only focused on organizing Pride celebrations in the country. Members of that group quickly shifted into advocacy mode, and we created Rainbow Alliance of the Bahamas to respond to that moment, but also to ensure that no LGBTI negative legislation was entrenched in any upcoming constitutional reform exercises or in ordinary legislation. I think it's also important to say that a number of members of the Pride community, Pride Committee, Planning Committee, did not want to join the Rainbow Alliance of the Bahamas. And that's quite fair, right? That's quite fair. These are people who were already engaged in various informal and formal support networks for the community and groups. And, you know, it wasn't the place of anybody to force them to join the advocacy movement or to become public spokespeople. But that is how the Rainbow Alliance was formed and why it was formed in 2003. And the Rainbow Alliance of the Bahamas operated from 2003 till 2008, when December 2008, when it was disbanded. At that time, SASH Bahamas, founded by Victor Rollins, was in operation. And so there was another LGBTI support and advocacy group present in the country, even though it focused mainly on providing support services, awareness, prevention, treatment, and support services for members of the LGBTI community living with or at risk of contracting HIV and AIDS. And now I want to take a moment to talk about the June 2004 gay cruise protests, and just talk a bit about what happened and why it was important for advocacy in the Bahamas. When members of RAB were alerted to the protests on Bay Street. Protests were taking place in Rawson Square, the square opposite the House of Assembly. And we went out there. We found that the protest body or organizers body included the Bahamas Christian Council and other religious organizations in the country. And we were shocked by the language being used. There was incendiary language, and we couldn't understand, initially why they were protesting, who they were protesting, and what they were so upset about. But when we rolled into the July Rosie O'Donnell cruise and they hosted another protest, we realized that the Bahamas Christian Council was no longer a part of the protesting, the protest organizing committee, that they had stepped out. And we surmised, we presumed that the government responded to the first protest by indicating that they in no way were going to ban or prevent gay cruises from coming to the Bahamas. And that the Christian Council, after hearing that, withdrew from the protests. I think the protest was really a statement to the government versus the local LGBTI community. Because remember, the Bahamas Christian Council is a political lobby organization. And their function has been to lobby and encourage the state to entrench or inculcate church doctrine into state policy. And so I think when the government responded to the protesters and told them that we are not going to ban this cruise, in fact, we are not going to discourage any tourism from coming into the country, the Christian Council withdrew from the protest. But the other organizations that had been involved was still there. And I'll just make note that the now Honorable MP Vaughn Miller was one of the speakers at both of the protests. Just interesting to note. But our interaction with the protesters and the Rosie O'Donnell cruise itself was very interesting. I'll start with the protests, our interaction with the protests. So the Rainbow Alliance of the Bahamas applied for a permit to hold a demonstration in town to provide a welcoming space for members of the cruise who had decided to come off. At that point, there had been public statements from Rosie O'Donnell about responses to the cruise in country and the protest. And she gave the impression that members of the cruise were hesitant, and the organizers of the cruise were hesitant about encouraging their passengers to come off the boat and come onto land. So RAB decided that it would host a public space of welcome, demonstrating welcome and peace and love to queer members of the cruise, but also a space for community members to be visible and to challenge the protest if they wanted to. Now, initially, the Royal Bahamas Police Force, they told us, look, we have no reason to deny you permission, but for the security issues involved. And they clearly outlined that they would need to be certain that they could protect both us, the RAB welcoming demonstration, and members of the cruise if they came onto land, and they were concerned that our demonstration so close to the protest could increase hostility and raise tension, and there may be instances of violence. But ultimately, they granted us permission to host our demonstration. And while the protesters were in the square opposite the House of Assembly, the Rainbow Alliance of the Bahamas' demonstration was on the northwest quadrant of the square, in between the wharf where the passengers disembarked and the protest. And I think we had a great day. Vendors and business owners and taxi drivers in the downtown area gladly accepted our LGBT stickers and put them up in their windows, or flew flags on their taxis to indicate that they were welcoming of the LGBTI community, and that these spaces were safe spaces, whether to take a moment to grab a bite to eat, to catch a ride, or to spend your money. And so we saw a great support from the business community in town on the day of that protest. But I want to share with you a story, a short experience from that protest that I think was perhaps the best moment of the whole thing. While we were in our space speaking, we had placards, we had tourists coming up and taking pictures with us. A voice broke out from a distance, and it was an elderly woman, and she was rowing and she was fussing, right? And all you could hear from the distance was her rowing and fussing. And as she got closer, she got louder. It appeared as if she was getting even more cantankerous. And we were very concerned, because you got to be extra careful, gentle when dealing with older members of your society, right? You can't be rough with them. And we didn't want that atmosphere. We wanted a welcoming atmosphere. We didn't want to turn anybody away, but we were concerned that she would, not knowing exactly what she was saying, that she was attempting to draw attention to us and create a hostile attitude towards us from people in the space. But as she, as she got closer, she's fussing more and more. And when she became audible, it was the most amazing thing. This woman was saying, look here, I don't care. I may not agree with homosexuality, but y'all is my people. And I know Helen Clinaris, who was a co-founder and public spokesperson for RAB at the time. I know Miss Clinaris because she worked in one of the stores downtown over time. And I don't care what anybody say. I don't have to agree with homosexuality to stand in peace and unity with my brothers and sisters. And it took a moment to let what she was saying sink in, but she was fussing us because she didn't agree with what we would, with homosexuality. She didn't agree with visibility and celebration, but she agreed that we were Bahamians and we had the right to demonstrate if we wanted to demonstrate. And she had a right to stand with us if she wanted to stand with us. And look here, she came into our space and she hugged up people and she took pictures and she had a chat with Clinaris, and I think she was interviewed by a couple of reporters. But it was the most fabulous, cantankerous moment, because we wasn't sure what Mom was gonna do, but Mom came with a spirit of solidarity, and it really was, the manifestation of what it is we wanted to do. We weren't demanding that people agree with our advocacy. We weren't demanding that people accept the LGBT community, but we were demanding that people respect that everyone has a right to a life free of violence. And surely in a tourism country, we should not be engaging people that we're welcoming to our country with this violence and with these protests. It was a fantastic moment. And here's why it was such a fantastic moment. Because at the end of the day, with all of the communications that Rainbow Alliance of the Bahamas had made with Rosie O'Donnell, with the cruise organizers, and with the production team that shot the documentary that she made, that they never sat down and spoke with the local LGBT advocacy group. They never engaged fully RAB, the Rainbow Alliance of the Bahamas, or its advocates. And we're not certain to what extent they engaged other members of the community, but they made no attempt to get the voices or to capture the voices of LGBT people on the ground that supported the cruise. And so to have, to sort of have that response. Now, mind you, I think Rosie O'Donnell's partner came off the cruise and joined us in our demonstration space. And one of the reverends that was present on the cruise and was conducting, I think, same-sex marriages in international waters, she came and joined us in our welcoming space. But Rosie O'Donnell never came off the cruise, and the production team, it seemed, was unwilling to engage not just the demonstration, but the organization formally. So to have this older Bahamian woman, come in into the space and sort of demand this moment of Bahamian solidarity was awesome, and inspiring, and something to remember. And I think an important moment in LGBTI advocacy. I want to just touch on why I mentioned the 2007 Domestic Violence Amendment Act, why it was so important, I think, for the community. What the 2007 Domestic Violence Amendment Act did was that it expanded the category of people who could apply for protection under the act by indicating that anybody present in the household could be a victim of domestic violence, as opposed to the prior iteration that stated that the protection is only available to married couples, right? And so now a same-sex partnership cohabitating could apply for protection under the act. Now, it wouldn't be explicit protection, right? There is not a provision that says a woman living with a woman can, or a man living with a man can apply for protection. But what I found at the time was that the majority of members of the community that spoke out or that engaged me or I engaged about the issue preferred the implicit protections, or didn't necessarily want to have to identify as LGBTI to access the protections or to charge somebody under the act, right? They didn't want to face the stigma attached to it, but there is protection available. Another important thing about the act is that it expanded the definition of violence to include psychological, emotional, and financial violence. And so I think that's important for younger people and young adults cohabitating with parents or living in a household with parents who may be withholding money from them, may be demanding their entire salary just to live there, that may be experiencing forms of psychological and financial violence, as well as physical violence, without, and also without having to explicitly identify as LGBTI. And I think that's, one of the reasons why that act was important. It doesn't mean that we don't keep lobbying or advocating for explicit protections, from domestic violence in the household, but I think it is a good start. And the 2010 Sexual Offenses Amendment Act made the penalty for same-sex intercourse in public the same as the penalty for heterosexual intercourse in public. I think this is important because I think if I remember correctly, the penalties for same-sex intimacy in public would have started at 7 years for the first offense, and I think 14 years for the second offense, and up to life imprisonment for further offenses, while the penalty for heterosexual intimacies or intercourse was only 2 years. And so now the penalties have been equalized, right? And some members, I think at the time, in informal discourse, some members of the community and maybe 1 or 2 members of parliament would have unofficially or informally commented that one of the reasons why the penalty for same-sex or the reason why it was changed was because the penalty was prohibitive, and it was less likely that somebody would be charged with the offense of same-sex intimacy or intercourse in public if the penalties were so draconian, but it would be easier, or it'd be more likely that we see people being charged if the penalties were equalized. I think the decision to equalize is a good decision, and that we continue to lobby around it and around changing societal and professional attitudes and stigma around same-sex intercourse and intimacy. And then I want to touch briefly on the 2016 gender equality referendum. I only touch briefly on it because it can be very complex, and it was a very confusing discussion, but you know, this was an important moment for LGBTI people in the Bahamas, because ultimately gender equality means LGBTI liberation. And in its original iteration, bill number 4, the central bill that would have entrenched the word sex in the Constitution to ensure that no one is discriminated against on the basis of their sex, would have positive implications for the vast majority of members of the LGBTI community. But in its second iteration, with the provision to define sex as male or female only, I think what we saw was an attempt to halt the advancement of recognition of trans rights. And if the vote were successful, it would have been devastating for, albeit very small portion of the community, but a portion that exists nonetheless, of trans, intersex, and gender non-conforming people who did not want to or did not feel in their bodies that they aligned with the traditional gender paradigm of male or female only. And, you know, there are people who identify as gender fluid. There are intersex people who should not be forced to pick any gender if they do not want to. And the discussion or the exercise was taking place at a time when other countries in the world were recognizing trans rights and providing legal mechanisms like name changes, identity marker changes, and including the category of X on official documents, right? As opposed to male or female. And I thought it was horrible, indecent, unchristian, and inhumane to have a legal exercise that would potentially invisibilize and limit the rights of intersex, trans, and gender non-conforming people without actually indicating that this is a possible implication of your vote, right? And so in that exercise, I ultimately advocated for a no vote for bill number 4 because I still don't think it makes sense for even if it's a large portion of the community to push us, push 10 steps forward. That action is the result of pushing the groups most vulnerable to sex-based discrimination back 100 steps. And that's a bit of a complex discussion. I didn't want the entirety of the discussion to be about the gender equality referendum. I thought some of those other moments were extremely important as well. But I think now it's time for questions, and I open the floor up to questions. I would say, please raise your hand or unmute your mic so that I can recognize you for questions.
Let me see how to get this.
I can hear someone speaking, so you don't have to raise your hand if you can't find it in the tabs.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond just briefly. I thought the gender equality referendum was very much targeted towards LGB, not just T. The point was to limit it to sex and not sexual orientation. So I think it's important to underscore that fact. That was the intent, and that's why they didn't want to put the word gender in. In a previous referendum, I think in 2002, the proposal was gender, but they switched it in 2016 because we've had 2 referendums, and the reason why was they did not want LGBT to have rights. And I mean, T was not really a focus then at all, because there wasn't any advocacy around T in the 2002. But early on, in both instances, the controversy centered around how that would impact the rights of LGBT, and there was a resistance from the Christian Council and many members of the public against it. So I just wanted to interject.
Oh no, absolutely. And what I would say is you're absolutely right. They wanted to limit the advancement or recognition of rights for the LGBT community as well. I think unfortunately for them, the mechanism required to entrench, to create gender equality between men and women, right, does far more than that, right? And they couldn't escape that. And so I also agree with you, the defining of sex as male and female only, right, was also an attempt to exclude sexual orientation as well. But I think a poorly worded attempt and would not have achieved the goal that they wanted to achieve.
It would have been difficult, but I think I think they would have framed it as the intent of the framers. Yeah, you can always talk about, interpretation, but that was the interpretation: inclusion of sex, exclusion of sexual orientation.
If I may, I wanted to point out something, and I guess we could talk about this further, because I thought that point was great, Dr. Saunders. But I remembered actually going over the report, the constitutional reform report, and I remember, I have it here, and they were saying in particular, there was a fear that the interpolation of sex into Article 26 would open the door for constitutional interpretations to embrace, they put here the word collateral rights, obviously meaning LGBTQ rights, i.e. the rights to same-sex marriage and recognition of other rights for lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgendered persons. This was opposed by many persons as being fundamentally repugnant to the established moral code, and indeed to guard against such a possibility, there were calls for constitutional protection to be given to the institution of marriage, which will be addressed later. And then later on, to the point that you were making again, they used your words against you, but they took it out of context, Erin. They said even the spokesperson on behalf of the LGBT community, while advocating recognition of the rights for such persons, was rather cautious and equivocal on this point. Indeed, her view was that the Bahamian public were not ready to countenance such a change, that there would need to be a far more public education and sensitization, and that an incremental approach to change might work at best. And this was them saying that that they didn't want to include that they found the word male, or they said that, and this is something that I challenged Ruby Nottage on, who's actually one of the persons who signed the report. She sat on the reform committee. That they said that the word male and female were ambiguous, and they were citing that what Jamaica had done, and they used what Erin had said as a way to say that even their own spokesperson says that this is not something we should be looking at right now because it's not feasible, or it's not the right time. And I said all of that to get to this point. Wayne Monroe said it best when the Christian Council had said that there was that the right had come up with this idea that it's going to open the door for same-sex marriage and blah blah blah. And he said, under the Constitution now as it stands, you can make the application. The issue comes in, and I found, at least from my research, that the issue comes in that you will be denied the marriage certificate, which is the act of discrimination, which should allow you the right to go to the Supreme Court or challenge it in court. And I'm wondering, because Erin, you made a statement earlier at the beginning that
right. So it should, right? But in our Constitution, Chapter 3, Article 26, I think it's 4C, says that the state is permitted to create laws that are discriminatory in nature or in effect in relation to personal law, which includes marriage, right? So you go and you apply, they deny you the form, they deny you an application, and then you go to the court, and the court will tell you that the denial of the application is discrimination, but that discrimination is protected, right? Or that the state is allowed in this instance to discriminate in this manner.
I mean, that would have to go further, like to the Privy Council. You could still challenge it on constitutional grounds, but it is a long drawn-out process. That's ultimately it. There are other ways, and I've made the case. I've argued in 2009, I presented papers at UB that precisely that within the existing Constitution, you should be able to marry one could make the claim, but they would probably have to go all the way to the Privy Council because they are going to challenge it. But what I'm trying to say is, Erin, I'm not as pessimistic as you in thinking that it's absolutely impossible, but I do think it would have to go through a series of challenges in order to arrive there. Given the Privy Council and the current gender politics, it's quite possible that they would, in fact, support an interpretation that allows for this idea that sex is included in one of those protections. It's in the preamble to the fundamental rights, and one can make the case, and I've made the case, but I think it's worthwhile doing. But yes, there will be denials all along the way. But this is, as we know, an issue around which there is a lot of debate and so on.
Yeah. And so, I didn't, over the years I've talked about it, and I didn't want to give the impression that it was impossible, right? I think because it's not impossible in theory, but at the time it was improbable in nature.
Absolutely.
That right?
Today,
And then
more probable.
yeah, I think so. I agree. And Natino, to the point, one of the points that you made earlier, in my contribution to the constitutional reform exercise, one of the things that I argued was that that particular provision 26(4)(c) was, and the similar provisions in that section were far too ambiguous, and that they needed to be amended to provide clarity and certainty. But in the work prior to that and through the constitutional reform exercise, I also argued that perhaps a more effective strategy for advocacy in the region would be to engage the issue of sex-based discrimination, understanding that virtually all LGBTI discrimination is sex-based discrimination. And it's a similar strategy to one that Colin Robinson at CAISO in Trinidad had talked about and enhanced, and I think that they worked with during some of their legal exercises and and in their advocacy, that given the current attitudes towards decriminalization, towards homosexuality and gender identity and sexual orientation and gender identity in the region, that at the time, perhaps the best strategy is to go with a broader strategy that deals with sex-based discrimination as a whole, and then work our way into those spaces and explain why and how LGBTI discrimination is sex-based discrimination until we reach a sort of critical mass where we can have stronger public advocacy for explicit protections for the community.
Okay. So then I'd ask this question.
Yeah.
Right? Would a class action lawsuit by many same-sex couples speed this process up? Or would we still be, I know we still have to go through the fights. I anticipated the long drawn-out process, as you and Dr. Saunders would have said, but would a class action lawsuit against the government of the Bahamas by many same-sex, like let's say 20 couples, would that set a precedent for them not to be able to ignore this pertinent form of discrimination?
I think, go on, Dr. Saunders.
No, I was saying it doesn't have to be 20. I mean, it just could be a few. But the point is that you would need someone who's willing to do it. In fact, I've asked, I've tried to make contact with lawyers to do it myself. And I haven't gotten any support here from lawyers to really pursue this. As an individual, I wanted to do it. The challenge would be getting a lawyer who's going to do it, number one, and two, someone who's willing to go straight to the Privy Council. And of course, you would need a fund for that, but it can be done. I do think you don't need 20 couples. You just need a few people that say, yeah, we want to get married, and get it done.
Mm-hmm.
When I had my partner, that's what I wanted to do, but nobody was willing to take the case.
During my time with RAB and as an individual advocate, I will say clearly that my focus was not on advocating for same-sex marriage. I was focused on advocating to ensure that we didn't entrench a same-sex marriage ban in the Constitution, but I didn't focus on advocating for same-sex marriage. So, I want to say that I probably didn't pay enough attention to that issue as I could have, and I want to apologize to you, Dr. Saunders.
No,
But
nobody, that's not
I
your
know what you're
particular
saying.
responsibility. No need to apologize. No.
I know what you're saying, but in the last, I would say in the last 5 years, there has been inquiry from a regional advocate and regional networks wondering, because we have decriminalized already in the Bahamas, whether it would be possible to have a challenge to same-sex marriage coming out of the Bahamas, and if there was anyone interested in that challenge. And so there possibly is space for a regional strategy with the Bahamas as a test case, right? For an initiative. But like Dr. Saunders said, you're gonna need a fund. You're gonna need to support the legal work, pay for the lawyers, pay for the travel, pay for the hours of research, but you also gonna need a fund and a support network to support the claimants, to support the people putting the cases forward. Because then we also, have to look out for and deal with the repercussions from a challenge, from a possible public challenge, social and professional marginalization, the potential to experience violence from the wider community, society, or, community spaces. And those are all, it'll be more than a campaign. It becomes a sustained movement that we have to commit to as some form of collective, and commit to funding on a long-term basis.
Great.
Okay. So Erin, I think that wraps up your session. We want to thank Erin for presenting all of the information that she did. It was definitely something to learn from this from your presentation. And we're going to continue on, and we're going to move right on into Dr. Kreimild Saunders.
Sorry,
Go ahead.
Can I just one thing to close out? It's been like my honor to be an advocate in the Bahamas for the LGBTI community. My parents and my family sort of entrenched me in volunteerism at a young age. And so that, volunteerism is just is a part of my personal culture. But understanding that I had privileges that some other people didn't enjoy, that would support me in doing this work. I felt it was necessary to do this work. I just want to say though, my most exciting, two of my most exciting moments in LGBTI advocacy in the Bahamas was one, going to the UN to present to the CEDAW, the 71st CEDAW committee on the gender equality referendum. But the most exciting, I think, moment was when RAB decided to participate in one of the Ministry of Health's HIV AIDS walks, the AIDS march, and we had organized for a group of people to come out, and we were going to march as RAB, as the LGBTI community in solidarity. And when we got out there, I was the only person from our group that actually showed up and did the walk. And it was scary, and it was a bit frightening, but by the end of it, I felt so empowered, and I was so glad that I did it. I still think it's an important moment, because members of the LGBTI community are not just advocating, for LGBTI rights. They're advocating for health rights and access to services in the HIV community. They're advocating for employment rights. They're advocating for housing rights. They're advocating for access to education, and they're advocating in many different ways, both visible and in private. And however you advocate, just keep advocating. And thank you very much.
All right, thank you,
Okay.
Erin.
Which year was that AIDS war?
I
Do you
cannot
remember?
remember. No, but I
Okay.
think
Okay.
it was I think maybe 2004, 2005.
Yeah, probably 4, because I wasn't back. I came back in 2004. Anyway, okay. Because I would have been there with you. There's no way
I know.
you wasn't gonna walk that by yourself. Anyway.
And Natino, just a moment. Dr. Saunders is, you know, is one of the shoulders that we, of the giants that we as advocates in the community now walk on. And she's been working and advocating and educating in various ways in different spaces for years, and certainly years before I came on the scene. So thank you, Dr. Saunders.
Okay.
Definitely, she definitely is. I was introduced to Dr. Saunders through her work. I think it's Heterosexism and the Church, the Christian Church. That's the first piece of work that I read. Before I even read Timothy McCartney's work, I read your work, and I used that as the impetus, you know, to start to jumpstart me into some research and really get my foot wet. So definitely, I know that this is we're actually speaking with someone whose shoulders we are standing on. So without further ado, everyone, we're going to hear from Dr. Kreimild Saunders, who is a lecturer at the University of the Bahamas. She has a doctorate degree in sociology, and she's going to be speaking to us about heterosexism and homophobia in the Bahamas. So please take it away, Dr. Saunders.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, the title of my presentation is Envisioning Transformation, Invisibility, Heterosexism, Homo and Transphobias. So I was asked to present and that on that subject matter, and that suits me fine. In terms of, I want to begin by talking about social movements and social reform more generally. There's been an intensification of civil rights, feminist, and gay movements from the 1960s worldwide. Racial minorities organized against racial segregation, discrimination, inequality, and extrajudicial violence. In the colonies, the racial struggle was bound up with the struggle for national liberation. The struggle for sexual tolerance for gays, LGBT, centered on key institutions, medicine, psychiatry, and law. Gays challenged psychiatric designations of same-sex relations as sexual and mental disorders. In the judicial context, the struggle focused on decriminalization and non-discrimination in the major industrialized countries of the world, and that ultimately spread elsewhere throughout the world. Recently, gay marriage and non-discrimination legislation has taken center stage. In 2016, we even had the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. There was a UN resolution in 2016 on protections against violence and discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity, and that was affirmed. Now, I want to go on to talk more specifically about the Bahamas, homophobia, visibility, and criminalization of gays in the Bahamas, which gives a bit of a background to some of the legal discourse that Erin referred to, which is good because then I don't have to refer to a lot of that. But in the 1980s and 90s, there were, for the first time, openly gay clubs. There were City Limits, Endangered Species, and other clubs. Most of the patrons of the clubs were working class. The middle class tended not to participate much. It was exceptional. Prior to that time, there were no name joints that were underground. And all of these establishments, well, once they were visible, they were subjected to harassment and raids. And I will say that we've never had a rebellion no Stonewall-like phenomena has ever happened in the Bahamas. And there was a reaction to this. So it is the visibility of gays and the emergence of these clubs that resulted in a reaction. You had newspaper articles, you had individuals coming out speaking about the visibility of sissies. As a function of that, there was this 1989 bill. I just wanted to give a little background to that, to criminalize gays and same-sex relations. An important proponent of this was Allison Maynard Gibson. She argued that for the bill, and her argument was that if men were criminalized, women should also be criminalized. I'm not saying she was the only person, but she came out publicly and stated this. And I think this consolidated her straight political identification and launched her career. Before that, Allison Maynard didn't have much of a career, political career, that is. That's just a judgment. Now, the visibility of gays was a threat. And I will give you an example of the Speaker's Corner of the Bahamas Media Club. This was a club where a lot of scholars and intellectuals would come and talk about issues, social issues in the Bahamas. You had prominent physicians such as Dr. David Allen and Dr. Elwood Donaldson, who spoke out against homosexuality around that period when you had the Sexual Offenses Bill. I would say that Dr. Donaldson was the most articulate in his opposition. In fact, I have a little, it's old now. I probably should copy that, and you can see a couple of those speeches, including mine. In 1989, Donaldson made this. He affirmed the view that society ought to be concerned with the sexuality of the individual, pointing to the significance of sexuality for core gender identity and our very being and humanity. And he affirmed prescriptions and statutes against homosexuality, including citing the infamous clause that sodomy as an infamous crime against nature. So, in fact, I think you would find some of the early references more articulate on this question than some of the present in terms of opposing homosexuality, which has been taken over by clergy. Now, I spoke the Speaker's Corner, I think in that same year, and I presented a paper on homosexuality, homophobia, and Christian sexual ethics. And I questioned the dogma, and I affirmed fundamental rights of gays, including the right to privacy. And I was the only gay affirmative speaker. So you had a few articles in the newspaper, very brief, the whole articles, but individuals at that time were very, they were not inclined to speak out in support of gay rights at all. I would say prior to that, I also spoke out. I was a member of the Vanguard Nationalist and Socialist Party of the Bahamas, and I presented on gay rights. That was earlier in the early 80s. And I can say that they were never anti-gay. I can't say that they were particularly affirming, but they weren't anti-gay. Now, the resolution of that bill, what emerged out of that, the 1991 Sexual Offenses and Domestic Violence Act, was resolved in a peculiar way because of the anxiety of the public, and I'm talking about the heterosexual masses, who were very concerned about the invasion of privacy by the state and the police in particular. And it was because of that that this act did not pass. And as Erin articulated, it was biased in that age of consent was 18 for same sex and 16 for straight folks, couples. And you had this 20-year sentence that one could get for sex in public, because that's how the strange nature of this bill, where the emphasis shifted from private to public precisely because of this anxiety by heterosexuals. It's why the bill took that form. And there have been some changes subsequently, as Erin articulated. Now, Allison Maynard Gibson in a 2013 report doesn't talk about that history and simply argues today in 2013 that the Bahamas was the first to legalize same-sex relations in the Caribbean. Well, that's not true. It was Cuba. Cuba had legalization decades before, since the early 20th century. But she disavows discrimination and violence against gays in the Bahamas, even in this report that she makes. Now, I want to go on to talk about homophobia, heterosexism, and the weaponization of Christianity. And I call it a weaponization because historically in the Bahamas, this has been the discourse that has been most effective in limiting LGBT in their drive to gain rights and tolerance in the Bahamas. So the deployment of biblical scriptures was used to legitimate the convention of compulsory heterosexuality. And it has had a powerful impact, scriptures, on the minds of the Bahamian people. And I just want to refer to some of these scriptures because I think they help to clarify what is being articulated over and repeatedly. And this is not unique to the Bahamas. The Caribbean, English-speaking Caribbean, has been subject to this also. Sodom and Gomorrah scriptures. But before, I'll just read a few of them so that you just get a taste for this. But before they lay down, the men of the city, the men of Sodom, both young and old, all the people to the last man, surrounded the house, and they called out, bring them out to us so that we can know them. Now, how this is normally interpreted by scholars may be different from how it's conventionally interpreted here and historically among lay clergy, but by clergy who are non-scholars. The term know them did not usually indicate sex. And even if it did not indicate consensual sex. But that is completely ignored. Leviticus, if a man lies with a male as with a woman, both of them have committed an abomination. They shall be put to death, their blood is upon them. Now again, this is interpreted by scholars as prohibition on occultic prohibitions, referring to pedophilia or pederasty as they call it, and cultic practices. Non-scholars is focused on it as a prohibition on homosexuality per se in itself. Again, this has been the conventional way in which it's been deployed and interpreted in the Bahamian context in a particularly damning way. Yeah. Romans 1:22-27, which is also very important because this has been interpreted to support a reference to women. And this says, therefore God gave them up in the lust of their hearts to impurity, to the degrading of their bodies among themselves, because they exchanged the truth about God for a lie and worship and serve the creature rather than the Creator, who is blessed forever. For this reason, God gave them up to degrading passions. Their women exchanged natural intercourse for unnatural. And in the same way, also the men giving up natural intercourse with women were consumed with passion for one another, and so on. These are the kinds of, and I'm just going to move on here. These are the kinds of scriptures that have had a powerful impact on the Bahamian population. I would say this is the discourse that has been internalized and is a basis for the resistance against all attempts by the LGBT community to gain tolerance. And I want to go on a bit here. The biblical text has been the basis for the criminalization of same-sex relations in the Western world since the 17th century. And of course, we were colonized by the British, and we inherited their norms of compulsory heterosexuality. That is not to say that you didn't have such norms in African societies, pre-colonial societies. You also did. Some gays have been demonized in Christian denominations, including some exorcisms. Pastoral counseling of LGBT tend to take the form of defining same-sex relations, and a gender nonconformity is sinful. And in the case of same-sex relations, they're encouraging them to change, to convert to heterosexuality. I just want to talk about human nature and compulsory heterosexuality, since this is so important to this discourse. And I think quite often we don't appreciate where this homophobia is coming from. Yeah, I'm going to talk about conversion therapy a little bit more here. But I want to talk, I'm going to just do a note. Biblical texts have historically been weaponized to enforce heterosexuality, that is, to make it compulsory. What is at stake in this philosophy of human nature? That is, what it is to be a gendered or sexual being. That the being of the individual is a social construction, that is, that it has no fixed character, is disavowed. Heterosexuality is designated as natural, homosexuality is designated as unnatural. Natural sex is designated as in accordance with nature. This is the grounding. Perversity is defined as contrary to human nature. Again, this has its roots in biblical scriptures and law, Western law. Now, natural, quote unquote, procreative sex is located on the side of heterosexuality and perverse sex on the side of LGBT. This is how the discourse is articulated. Now, sex might result in reproduction, but cannot be reduced to it. Humans privilege sex over reproduction, kissing, oral sex, vaginal intercourse, anal sex, and so on. The notion that sex is reproductive is a fiction, a lie. You know, we can, one way or another way is talking about is a half-truth. All sex, whether same sex or opposite sex, is perverse from the standpoint of procreation. Branding LGBT as unnatural is to locate them outside of what is proper to human nature. Hence, homosexuals bear the shame and stigma of being outside of human nature. This half-truth or lie has been internalized by those who engage exclusively in opposite sex relations, but also by those who practice same-sex relations. They internalize this shame. The internalized homophobia is pervasive among those who identify as LGBT. Gendered being is constituted in and through sexuality. It's not this. Yeah. Gender is foundational to the construction of being, our understanding of what it is to be a human being. Hence the imperative to affirm a normative correspondence between sex and gender, that is, male masculine and female feminine. Non-normative expressions, male effeminate or feminine and female masculine, is defined as perverse. Now, historically, LGBT communities in the developed nations of the world referred to these non-normative gender expressions as transgender. To be transgendered was designated as unnatural and perverse by heterosexuals, and considered most shameful. Butch and effeminate identities continue to be repudiated even within the LGBT communities. Today, transgender is reduced to transsexual transgender in everyday discourses. Ironically, many transsexuals, transgender, have disavowed their transgender identity in the pursuit of heteronormativity, that is to pass. I see that as a paradoxical, internalized form of transphobia. And it's done for the same reason that homosexuals and bis and lesbians have remained in the closet. Shame. Conservatives have defined homosexuality. Heterosexuality is natural and homosexuality is unnatural. And because of that, there's been a search for the gay gene. Why? Search for the gay gene has to do with making a biological claim to naturalness, a strong immutability to one's sexual orientation, to combat the stigma of being unnatural and perverse. The appeal to immutability of sexual orientation is essentially about staking a claim to humanity. Heterosexism reduces sexual liberty and freedom of choice to a choice to commit a sin or a sign of a sinful nature. Now, in 2011, Bishop Simeon Hall publicly called for conversion therapies in opposition to demonization in the Bahamas. Now, the methodology, efficacy, and validity of coercive aversion, surgical, hormonal interventions, and psychotherapies to transform homosexuality into heterosexuality has been questioned and banned in many developed states. There's a lot of silence around this agenda, so it is unclear to what extent it is still being practiced or advocated covertly. From the 1980s, the Save the Bahamas Coalition, which was also prominent in opposition to the cruise ships that came in, has opposed the claim that sexual orientation is immutable. So this was a major debate, discussion. Now, more generally, this project continues. In 2015, there was a study, there was studied epigenetic tags and homosexuality in men. E. Villian et al. Examined epigenetic markers. These are chemical changes in DNA affecting gene expression that can be inherited or altered by the environment, by environmental factors. And they studied 37 pairs of identical twins where one was gay and 10 in which both pairs were gay. Now, through the study of these markers, genetic markers, they were able to predict sexual orientation 67% of the time. And one of the researchers on this quit the study because of the findings, because he was obviously concerned about what the implication, political implication of the findings were. Now, researchers want to replicate the study and do a larger study. But in terms of the implications, if your genes can be affected by by your environment, that is, if you engage in same-sex relations, you might be able to pass that on. They understood how that would be received. So it'll be interesting to see what future studies show. So it became a kind of double-edged sword. On the one hand, LGBT have sought research, but when they got these positive results, they were very concerned because they saw it as a potentially eugenics. Clearly, it could be a eugenics program, and there was anxiety about that. In the heterosexist imagination, sex and reproduction are identical, which in fact is not, as I aforementioned. Our historical knowledge shows that human sexuality is variable, not immutable, but the configuration of sex drives have a force and insistence that should not be denied or underestimated. So although we cannot talk about immutability, there is a configuration, and psychoanalysts, and I'm an analyst, they talk about how the drives configure fundamental sexual fantasies and predispositions, not genetically, but more of how it shapes desires in a very strong way. Now, the question of sexual liberation, I just want to touch on this a bit. Erin did quite a job, so I don't have to go into a lot of detail. But just talking about the history of Western liberalism, which affirms individual liberty and freedom. Kant, for example, who's one of the founders of modern Western philosophy, represents conscience as like an inner court with an accusation, accuser, defendant, and a judge that passes judgment. The aforementioned court members are like mental faculties that enable moral agency that is rationally grounded. In other words, this philosophy provided the basis for the notion that we have freedom of conscience, which is ensconced in our Constitution. Our liberty, fundamental tenets of Western liberal philosophy, John Stuart Mills, for example, argues, again, this is part of the basis of Western philosophy and grounds human rights, the purpose for which power can be rightly exercised over any member of a civilized community against their will is to prevent harm to others. The nomen later principle, that the liberty to exercise one's right only exists to the degree that the rights of third parties are not harmed. So it's talking about your rights and the limits of rights. And these principles have been the conceptual basis for human rights principles that have been ensconced in constitutions and UN declarations worldwide. Notably, for us and others, personal liberty, freedom of expression, freedom of association, religious freedom, freedom of belief, and conscience, protections against discrimination that minorities have been subjected to. More recently, racism, sexism, more recently, heterosexism, ageism, and other discriminations. I want to speak to, in our context, the failure of the mass organization of LGBT. I want to reiterate the repeal of the buggery statutes, the changes even, was not about a commitment to individual liberty and freedom. Progressives have failed to convince the masses of Bahamians that same-sex relations are natural, or that LGBT have a right to freedom of choice and sexual autonomy. And I don't want to construe this as a failure of activists. That is not what I'm trying to convey. All attempts have failed in this regard, part because, and I do think, a lot of LGBT refuse to take the risk to be visible. to come out of the closet, to organize collectively, to speak and affirm our sexuality and humanity. There have been relatively few voices, and we know many of them, most of them really, like Helen Clanaris, and Erin Greene, Alexus D'Marco recently, and Victor Rollins recently, and I, earlier, and still do. And this has been a challenging job for a few. We really need to transform our society. And there has to be a commitment by more, a lot more of LGBT. So even though more Bahamians have come out to family and friends, the attempts to create LGBT community today is in some respects in a worse position than in the 1990s, 1980s and early 1990s. The LGBT club scene, for example, has disappeared for almost a decade now. And even in the heyday of these clubs, LGBT only came out in large numbers after 1 a.m. And there are no alternative, distinctly LGBT face-to-face social venues. Most of these are online right now. Even like the 242 Girlfriends and 242 Silver Foxes, lesbian and bi Facebook groups, Bahamian LGBTQIS, and the Bahamas Organization of LGBT Affairs. Yeah. Virtual. It's very, very difficult. We live in a very harsh environment. And although it may appear as if we're making some progress here, it's not as much as we might presume. And we're not building community, social venues. As we're not building them. They're disintegrating to a significant extent. And I will argue that we need to foster a confident, self-aware LGBT community that refuses to be shamed, that refuses the conventional heterosexist fiction of non-normative sexual and gendered expressions as exclusively perverse or non-reproductive. And this is an imperative if we're going to grow, because we need social transformation. And social transformation can't just be legislative, although that's part of it. So social transformation requires that the masses of the oppressed speak truth to power. The masses. What is at issue is speaking openly and affirmatively about our sexualities. Speaking truth to power requires that LGBT become a political community. And the first step in that process is the coming out of the closet en masse among friends, family, co-workers, and in all institutions. Now, I understand it's harder for some than others, but it takes courage. We have yet to colonize these public spaces as we should. We have to. It's an imperative to challenge the oppressiveness of compulsory heterosexuality and gender conformity. Claim our sexual freedom and self-determination. And speak the truth of our humanity. We have to be courageous. Now, no one is going to give us freedom. And that's the spirit of pride. I mean, I have been determined never to be in the closet. I've never been in the closet, and I never would. And we need to make a commitment. And I want to encourage everyone to do so. Understanding the difficulties. It's the only way we're going to have social transformation. Because politics is local. It's on the ground. Elites can't give it to you. The advocates can't give it to you. The few advocates out there. Okay, thank you for allowing me to share.
Okay, at this time, we'll open up the floor for questions. If there's anybody who has a question, I know some people are watching via Facebook. If you do have a question, you can either unmute your mic and ask the question to Dr. Saunders, or if you're on Facebook, you can type the question and we'll try to get to those questions as possible. I thought you made a very and you made some very salient points. One of the things that I did not know, and I think that this is important, and I think to use all of the information and knowledge you would have had from, I think you were talking about Allison Maynard Gibson and Elwood Donaldson. I had the luxury of meeting Elwood Donaldson for a history project that I was working on. I'm still working on, and he is very, how should I say, his deportment or he's very charismatic, I should say, in his delivery. So I can only imagine what that time would have been like when he would have gotten up and actually spoken. But I wanted to speak because you talked about there being no Stonewall kind of rebellion. I did a research because while I was working on the same project, I decided, and I had to go to the archives a lot. I decided that I would look at 1969 in particular, that same Stonewall riot date, at the newspapers in the Bahamas. And I went to the Bahamian Times. I went through the Observer. I went through the Nassau Guardian. Through there were the many other papers at that time, and I found no mention this in front of the judge, and he said that he heard screams and some that that these two individuals were hacks. And it later came out that one of the individuals then, obviously, in Fairfax life, judged that the next person forced him or threatened him into having sex, and he did it. And I don't know, that spoke to me because at a moment of rebellion, which was like in newspapers, this country as close as it is in proximity to the United States, there's no mention of that kind of rebellious act towards the institution and systematic structure that pulled them down. But it willingly recognized the of the law a year later, when that first case was recorded, according to that paper, Yeah, that to be recorded.
And what I would say is that Bahamians have defined their oppression in racial terms. They have not defined their oppression in gender terms. Even suffrage was framed mainly in terms of women's rights. Find silence around LGBT. There, in terms of here on women's rights, limited, and because we've tended to frame our oppression in racial terms. And that was effective, but had an effect on the consciousness of Bahamian people, whereby they have been reluctant to think beyond that, beyond for many, many decades, and still you don't have the kind of commitment and interest even around gender and rights that anywhere near the struggle for Black majority rule, organizing significantly. And attempts at organizing have failed. I mean, I was a member of Development Alternatives for Women Now, and Dawn was essentially not, even though it had a feminist name. There were a few feminists in it. And in fact, in Dawn, and this was Allison Maynard Gibson actually chair of one at the time, I asked her to organize a support group for lesbians. Women stood up and said, we're wives and mothers. Yeah. And their interest was violence against women and children. That's it. That was their agenda. Otherwise, they were about glamour. And they had this woman, 80-something up to the early 90s, exhibitions. But that's the context in which we live.
Another point that I found very interesting, because I've had to look, again, to reach a system, I had to look at, I came across the Socialist Vanguard Party. And there's not much literature that you can be found on it.
Yeah, I was a member of the party.
But what was interesting to note is that the fact that you said they weren't affirming, but they definitely weren't gay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought that was interesting. That party was the only kind of socialist kind of movement or political movement to ever exist in the Bahamas.
Yes.
And I don't think I understand the significance of that party within our history.
No.
Because government does socialistic in nature, but because of the way that politics, because of where the FNM and PLP sit on in terms of the political spectrum, catering to those ideals in totality. They're using mechanisms for which they can control the masses. And until we realize, I don't think we'll be able to see the kind of, I guess, information as you did, occurring within our landscape, social landscape.
The party was committed to equity. It was really committed on all levels. And so, in principle, like around LGBT, they were not anti-gay for that reason. And that's the difference between a genuine commitment to social and a social welfare programs within a state that's committed to capitalism. Social welfare is engaged in order to prevent protests.
Ah.
And
Okay. Mm-hmm.
you don't
Okay.
want people to start acting out and questioning the system. Not much, because let's fair, our social welfare programs are.
I agree. I do agree. I'll ask this question then. What do you think? Because one of the things that I have noticed in my short tenure in activism, right, is that there's like passion with the glamour that you talked about just now. And it's no matter where you go, even if you're fighting for human rights, I guess for people of Haitian descent in the Bahamas, you find that there's this that a lot of times, and we watched it with some people feel like God, and they feel. I've heard a lot of people as I've advocated for this social transformation, their ideas are that it's work. Point blank, they said to me, it's not going to work. And even if it does work, they will try to buy you where the money is at.
Mhm.
And my whole thing about that is you're not giving anyone the support that they need, right? And they're doing the work. And they also have to feed themselves and live. Like, if, like this, like, I think you were talking about how we have to have the structures in place to support. I think that's what Erin was saying earlier. If we do not have that, we're gonna keep seeing these movements swell, drop, swell, rise and swell, and then they recede. And I think that's probably one of the issues. But I wanted to know what is the fixation with the glamour, especially when you know that it's not real.
It's ego. It's about ego. For example, Dawn and the 80s and early 90s exhibitions. They had a function in terms of glamour, beauty, but also they talked about sex. And this was where a lot of people were emotionally and psychologically. And this is what they gravitate to. Now, the challenge is to get people to make a commitment to social transformation, not just glamour. They don't see, for example, that that organizing is going to transform their whole lives. They're living in the moment, the present. What can I get immediately out of this? And part of that is where it tends to drift off into, in a way, where glamour becomes too important. Too important.
I definitely.
Because that's where people are emotionally. I'm not saying that there isn't a place for enjoyment. Yes, there's a place for enjoyment, but there's also a place for organizing and activism.
Yes, I definitely agree. And I think you put it so eloquently because there's this inability to delay the gratification that they're seeking, right? And I learned
Yes.
very early on actually that if I was ever going to achieve anything, then sometimes you have to delay the gratification that you really want in the moment. And maybe that's just a human kind of understanding that all of us have to learn at some point. Some learn it earlier than others because their socioeconomic status doesn't permit them to have certain privileges, and therefore their delayed gratification comes as a process of life. They learn to do without. One of the things that my mom is famous for telling me is that you don't put your basket higher than it could reach. I mean, and I think that it has to translate over to the activism and the work that we do in the Bahamas.
It requires commitment. I mean, I was committed early and it didn't matter. You've got to make a commitment. You can't, position yourself as an oppressed person and therefore there's nothing I can do. You can't own that.
Yes. Yes.
Mhm.
Yes.
You have to empower yourself. Even if no one else is going to do that for you, you do it yourself. Now, today we have more support than, say, 30 years ago, 40 years ago. But you've got to make that commitment, and it takes courage. And that is not easy for a lot of people to muster. We've got to support that, but it's absolutely essential. I mean, that is what Stonewall represented, courage. And we wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for that.
Definitely.
It took transvestites, LGBT, all of them together, organize, responding to power, challenging it, in addition to lawsuits against, in the US context, there were lots of lawsuits resisting criminalization.
But I think, and one of the things I did study, and I don't think people understand this, and we'll end here because we have to go to the next presentation after you answer this. But I think in my studies, I focused on the civil rights era, right? But I don't think that people understand that the civil rights era included LGBTQ rights, right? That's a part that often gets left out because the idea is that it's just focused on race. And I think the person that really got me to understand that was James Baldwin. And then when you study the way that the churches operated before Martin Luther King Jr. came to such prominence as this kind of figure, you realize that the church in those specific contexts were a lot of times queer spaces that allowed for this kind of freedom and movement to happen. And in fact, one of the things that James always talks about is that with the cause for, or the rallying for Black rights, or the civil rights for Black people, there was a rallying cry by those same Black people who were also queer individuals for their rights as well. And that intersection is often sorely missed.
Well, you must understand, you have a number of social movements happening at the same time. You have the feminist movement, you have LGBT, you have racial minorities, you have even socialist activism, you have the struggle for national liberation worldwide. All of this is happening at the same time in the 60s. So of course, you're gonna have people who are in multiple movements.
Yeah, and I use that to say that maybe that's a model we need to look at, that through the advocacy and the commitment, that we look at women's rights and their intersectionalities and then focus those and funnel them into each other in ways that can be supportive and both enhancing to the development of each areas of advocacy.
It's challenging because I told you, Dawn, which is ostensibly a feminist organization in the 80s even, when it came to lesbians and bis, they didn't want to hear it. And even many of them, some of them who were in that organization who you knew were part of the community, LGBT, they still were silent. It means breaking silence.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Saunders. I thought the presentation was great. If you have any other questions, you can send them, or if you want to see more, or if you want to watch this later, you can go to our Pride Bahamas page on YouTube, where this entire day will be up there for your viewing. But thank you again, Dr. Saunders.
Oh, thank you. Thank
for
you
the work that you've done and are continuing to do. right now we're gonna move right along, and this is our last presentation for today before, and we're gonna take a break after this presentation, and then we'll have a movie at 7 p.m. tonight, and the movie is gonna be on The Underneath. It's transgenders in the Bahamas. It's a documentary that we want to get the community familiar with, as well as any of the allies, so that you get an understanding of what life is like for transgendered people living in the Bahamas. That it's one of the most at-risk groups, especially trans women. And so we wanted to definitely bring that to your awareness. But Victor, if you're there, you can go on with your presentation. Victor has been working with Sash Bahamas. He was the founder of Sash Bahamas, and he's been instrumental. I think Erin had said, as one of the iterations of Pride, he was working alongside. Him and his team, they did a whole lot of work. And I just remember, because I was a little bit younger, I remember hearing about, how people would say that they didn't want this movement. I think the death threats had come. I remember this when I was young, because there was threats when the Pride was trying to happen within New Providence. They moved it over to Freeport, if I'm not mistaken. And I guess Victor could correct me. And then afterwards, it did go off, but then it got shut down or something to that sort. And it didn't really go off without the way that they wanted to. But I think that he brings a unique perspective, and his presentation today is going to be on LGBTQ tourism and the labor force. Like, what is the Bahamas missing by not including LGBTQ people and their rights within the Constitution and having them within the labor force? So without further ado, Victor will take it away. And yeah, go ahead, Victor.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can.
Okay, just making sure, because I've been switching instruments most of the afternoon. Hi, I'm Victor Rollins, a founder of Sash Bahamas, and working with LGBT tourism. What was supposed to really kick off this year, but of course, COVID has, given everybody a new start. All right, so as Mr. Thompson mentioned, as a crew of us were responsible for a Pride event, and I think it was 2000.
You went out.
Victor, you hit your mute button.
You hit your mute button.
There's an article on the World Wide Web. Google talks about LGBT tourism, a $211 billion industry. Yes, the LGBT tourist spends $211 billion a year traveling. Well, of course, I know that all is going to change after COVID, but I still think they will talk the spending dollar as a community. And here in the Bahamas, most every cruise ship that comes into the Bahamas has what you call LGBT groups on the cruise ship. So it won't be a gay cruise, but it'll be gay groups booked to be on cruises. And what has been the problem in most cases was there was nobody really there to work the logistics. So like in contacting these groups prior to when they come, or them contacting an organization to then facilitate tours, parties, whatever it is that they wanted to do. I formed a company a couple of years ago called HIPS, Happy in Paradise Services. And we have been doing little events here and there with small groups. I think our last group was 125. And I was supposed to do a beach fellowship there down at Nevada Beach, but not this hurricane, but the other hurricane came and messed up the beach, so we then had to move it to Bristol Underground. It was interesting. It was Youth March Sunday, and here it is, this procession of gay folks are walking from the boat to Bristol Underground. And guess what? No problems. Nobody even paid attention or noticed, the crew going to the place. it was a fun-filled evening. Sadly, a lot of things didn't pan out the way that we wanted to, like our entertainers. One did never show up, and one did and did late. And of course, you know, he says he regretted not being there on time. We were supposed to, like I said, was some drag entertainment for them. We provided music, food, and everything. It went off okay, but it could have been better. And since then, we've been doing other little small groups. But as of, I'd say April, when we launched our IG page, which is hips_international. We have been trending all over Europe and the United States. And so we're excited that when tourism kick back in, there are going to be a bit more activities happening in the Bahamas for LGBT tourism, as well as our goal is to get our clients to then go on TripAdvisor and all the other pages that then boast about the Bahamas being friendly and the place to come for when you want to really have a good time and learn about the culture from a LGBT perspective. We'll have our tour guides. Where if you go on our page, you'll see most of the businesses that are already signed up to work along with us. They're called, you know, gay-friendly bars, gay-friendly hotels, restaurants, etc. So, you know, it's going to be an exciting time. Sadly, I've posted for resumes to come in on the page, and prior to that, so for the meantime, we have what we call professional heterosexuals that, you know, they know it's a business, the dollar's green, they can do what they need to do, which was not really what we wanted. But again, it's trying to get to our community to, you know, go beyond the individual. You know, sometimes people take things personally and a whole lot. But we're launching, we're gonna get out there, we're connecting. There's a cruise ship that's coming in on, already contacted us in 2021 once everything settled down. They're still promoting their cruise. And you're talking about 5,400 gay men. And we're supposed to be finalizing our arrangements for the activities while staying in port from 7 a.m. until 4 p.m. that day. So there's a lot of potential, like I say, for designers, graphic artists, dancers, drag performers, person in the hospitality industry, hostess, bartender, waitress, etc. We'd like to give the community first crack at stuff, but then as a business, we'll have to do what we have to do. But people are still wanting to come to the Bahamas, even as COVID is going on. They're still making their plans, they're making their bookings, and the potential for the Bahamas has been awesome. That's one of the reasons why I call it Happy in Paradise Services, because I found out during my travels to various conferences and workshops around the Caribbean during the 12 years I was working with Sash before I passed it on to Maddie Boom, Ahmad. Sorry, Maddie. When I would hear the stories and the such things that persons were going through, I was like, don't really, we have problems, but not as serious as that stuff. We could have drag performance in hotels. We could have a club at one end and a straight club on the other end, and nobody's setting the cars on fire and slashing the tires and making a riot and the police standing out there and watching, etc. So when I had the opportunity to found the company, I decided to call it Happy in Paradise Services. I'd like to say Gay in Paradise, but you know, people a lot of times don't want to be one identification known. And if you look up that article on LGBT tourism, the $211 billion industry, it was a travel agent who wrote a paper for other travel agencies, for hotels, for Ministry of Tourism, for them to see how they let them know how they can tap into this industry. And believe it or not, one of the things he says is that you find a lot of gays don't go to gay travel agencies, that they don't want to go to things without the label right there out there. Now, you know, there might be their issues and stuff, but you got to respect their feelings and a whole lot. So you have to be a little wise in some of the things you say. So we decided Happy, gay, happy in paradise services. So that's for the horizon. On the horizon, it's going to happen. It's everything's going together. Quietly, we're using wisdom on collaborating with the Ministry of Tourism in different aspects. on our Facebook, IG page, we'll keep people abreast on the ups and in and outs that are going on. Now, as far as working in the, LBGT working in the workforce, I don't really know how to address that because, well, I don't think for this time now that they have on the form male, straight, gay, LBGT. I don't think most of the employment forms are put in there. So how would they know? I mean, unless you tell them, or maybe, you know, your demeanor is saying that you are. And as far as I know, in most, especially the hotel industry, I think we run things, you know, where for the seasoned LBGT person that works in tourism or works in banking and a whole lot, they're professional. They, I guess, realize there's a time and place for everything, and they go and they do their job. But I don't know, Mr. Thompson, how we could define if persons are being not hired because they're LBGT. Maybe sometimes they're flamboyant, because I realized during my work that one of the things the Bahamians really don't seem to relate to or want to deal with is persons being flamboyant, you know, being out there. I guess they're scared, they don't know what to say, they don't know what to ask. So that's got to do with education. That's something to help with sensitizing, again, the country on the whole, as well as workplaces. We offer sensitizing workshop, and I think Ms. Paxton does it too, sensitizing. So we just got to put ourselves out there for companies to slowly get them to understand that we're here to stay. We're a part of this country of Bahamians. We have our convictions, our ideology, our belief, but we're a part of this country, like it or not. But as far as the potential for work in the country, I think we have a good shot. Like I said, it wasn't that a lot to talk about the employment stuff. Maybe when you ask the questions, I might be able to answer it better and that stuff. But that's the little stuff I can say for now. But I know that things are going to change in reference to tourism. In reference to tourism, they're already reaching out to myself and a few of my colleagues on how best to deal with Airbnb. We'll align ourselves in Minster B&B. I don't know if you're familiar with that. That's a LBGT out of Europe, Airbnb. And so they'll be tying in with us for that. We have been working with properties here locally in the Bahamas because I'm a Butler property manager. So we're securing properties and a whole lot. So it's going to be a lot of job opportunities and excellent money-making potential. And as we do what we do, the people then will go on TripAdvisor and all the other places and talk about the greatness of the Bahamas, the fun, the excitement they have. And then that will change a lot of the negative that's been going out from the Bahamas or about the Bahamas that really, honestly, I don't know where to begin the information from in most cases, you know. But that's my short but brief presentation. I think I can answer questions better once I know what it is you're thinking. Thank you.
We're gonna open up the floor for questions. If you have a question for Mr. Victor Rollins, so that he could better answer, I guess, or give a kind of landscape or give an overall view of the landscape and how LGBTQ people function in it. I'm gonna ask this question as the first one, right? To get us rolling. So, do you think that LGBTQ people have the ability to own a stake in the labor force, I know that you have a business, but how many LGBTQ businesses are popping up and are having the impact that or having the reception that you're having? Do you think that that's happening frequently?
Yeah, I think especially in this country, everybody else coming into our country and owning a part of our country, they're not even Bahamians and a whole lot. It's up to the individual to have a vision, make a plan, be committed, and realize that there's no quick fix. Everything is a process. I remember when we did our first arrangement for the Atlantis Cruise event, the group that is coming in January. And I wasn't able to make direct contact, but I still put together some stuff. I took a risk. It didn't pan out. It cost me financial, but hey, I'm still here fighting because I learned that nothing is a quick fix. We all have the ability to succeed in our dreams. You got to know what it is you want and go after it. Fight for it and realize again, it's not going to be an easy road. Anybody who opened a business will tell you it's rough. The business licensing people, you have to go to the same offices for the same thing over and over again. You just got to be consistent, persistent, and make your plans. I mean, my goal is this. Let's say for January, God's will, I know about 5 pastry persons. They're going to be enlisted to provide the desserts. I know persons who do drugs, they'll be get jobs. I know persons who are graphic artists, so putting up the making flyers to go around, they'll be employed. Persons who are waiter, this could even be as a part-time thing until it really kicks off. Waiter, waitresses. When we're doing Airbnb, we need people to do the clean, housemen, maids, the same thing. So I mean, it's just you could start your own cleaning industry that we hire you to clean our houses, to clean the small hotels that we will be acquiring. It's for them to then start to prepare. You got to think long term. You have to make your preparation. It's a statement that says, "But preparation means opportunity equals success." I've been preparing for the last 5-6 years for LGBTQ tourism. The opportunity is presenting itself, and even if we get 1,000 people out of that 5,400 persons that are coming into port, that alone will be a tremendous breakthrough for an early company that's just launching off. But you have to be prepared. You have to make your preparation. You got to train. You got to discipline yourself. You got to watch the company you keep, because nowadays people feel not comfortable hiring sometimes LGBT persons, especially the younger folks, because of the drama that they put around their lives and stuff. So someone coming to deal with them on the job. I've had situations where I did pop-up clubs, and most of the time there was problems with some of the staff that I work with, and they're trying to explain to them, you gotta grow up. When you're a child, you act as a child. Now you gotta put that away. You suddenly want to earn your own money. You want to earn money in a righteous way. Focus. If your friends don't mean you any good, then you got to cut them off. You got to determine. You don't wait till you get 25 and then, oh, I should have done this. Shoulda, coulda, woulda ain't gonna work. We got to make good decisions. And like I said, to answer your question, they got to pick the business they want, do their plan, get their license, reserve their name, and work on it. Work on it. Share your stuff, social media, be out there. For when the time comes, someone like me will call who I know, who I seen around, and they'll get the opportunities. And once they're doing, then people, because not only LGBT people will be to these events, heterosexual people will be there too and wonder, well, who did the pastry? Who did the cupcakes? Who did the cake? Who did the decorations? All of that stuff. I'm a guy that believes grow where you plant it. So I ain't gonna try to be decorating. I ain't gonna try to be doing no cake. Even though I'm a DJ and I've been a DJ for 40 years, I'm not even gonna be the DJ. I'm gonna make sure everybody shares a piece of this pie. So preparation, think long term.
Okay, but don't you think you're missing a critical key step, right? Because before you can get to preparation, some would say that it's a bit difficult to be educated or have the education you need in order to be prepared. So particularly if I'm trans in the Bahamas, right? And I'm growing up, and let's say that I decide to transition during my time in school. And we all know that the schools, the scholastic environment, they're not as accommodating. I mean, they're trying to be accommodating now with COVID-19, and that's not even going well. And that's evident by what's happening today, right? Just like right now as we speak, it's not going well for the first day of school. Not at all, right? From what I gathered from the reports. But how do you, if I do not have, or if I'm not able to get through my schooling in order to be prepared for the moment that you speak of, like, where do you think, or how do you think that the community itself should posture or help those individuals, or like what have you done through SASH in those terms or in those instances?
Okay, firstly, and I'm just gonna list these off before I say what I just say, right?
Mm-hmm.
I own Tasty Delight underwear and toys. I do Club Colors pop-up, which will work into a main club and a franchise club throughout the Caribbean. All right. I'm a butler. I'm a property manager. I'm a consultant. I just did a thing for UB on last Monday past with a class on same-sex homosexuality within the Bahamas, condomizing and stuff. I left school at 14. I don't have a diploma. I saw an ad the other day say get your GED, and I was excited. And when I read it, it says 25 and under. I got like, oh, I'm gonna be 60 next year, and I don't even have a diploma. I'm saying that to say, I didn't finish school. I left school to support my brothers and sisters in a whole lot, but I determined to then learn as I go. I mean, even now with the internet, with social media, nothing can stop them if they don't want to. You gotta want it. I've been able, I hire people who have paperwork, you know, but I'm just saying at the end of the day, you gotta want it, you gotta determine that I'm gonna teach myself, I'm gonna go online. I listen to 3 to 5 books throughout the year, audio, because I can't read that well, but I do like up to 5 books a year. I just finished a book on Friday, and I've just started a new one today, audio. So I'm saying they have to put the initiative in. Now, again, to remember now, back in the day, considered the social services of the community. They really were supporting and doing. Now, today, personally, it seems like it's just there to get the newest person on their side and influence and use for vengeance and a whole lot of. If you try to do a form, okay, we're going to do a job preparation thing, and you put it out there. How many people are going to show up? But you have an all-you-can-drink party. They're all, it's like they said, they got to want it. You can't force, even as LGBT, you can't force human beings. They got to want it. They've got to want to learn. If you and your friends are part and you say, I need help to get my police record and buy from an whole, and they can't help you, then they ain't your friends. Your friends should be able to help you to want it better, not just party all the time. I mean, yeah, I'm the party animal. They telling me I need fun. There's a time and place for everything. So I hear what you're saying, but too much technology around today. The phone, you could learn so much when you're on YouTube and a whole lot. What do? Do you spend 3 hours out of the day just watching music videos, reality stuff, or you're trying to educate? As a butler, if there's a blood stain or a particular stain that shows up on the bed that I don't know about, I go to the University of YouTube and I do it. If I can't get the silk stainless steel fridge to shine, what I do? Okay, so vinegar and this thing. I don't know everything. Like I said, but I apply myself. So I'm saying to them, if they want it, they gotta go after it. Now I'm a father and a grandfather, and I taught my children the stuff that, listen, I'm getting ready for the real world. And sooner or later, you're going to go because you're going to make your decision. And if you want to do what you want to do, you know, you're going to be your own man and your own woman. And so I had to discipline them on the importance of homework, the part of schoolwork. What was sad is I couldn't even help them with their homework because I didn't know the subject. So at that time, my wife had to. But I taught them to apply. When I would be on the side of the street selling, hustling, and all up, I taught them to right there with me because I taught them, you got to work for what you want. I am your provider until your name is changed. But until that time, when you want to go out, then you got to work. You want it, you got to go after it. So I'm saying to the LGBT community, they got to apply themselves. They got to spend time educating to what it is that they want to do. Like you said, everybody can help. The system is against us. We're making strides, but in the meantime, we got to do our own thing. You got to do it for you. You got to do it for you. The same energy I see them tend to use to sometimes fighting ruckus, if they apply that to bettering their educational status and everything on their own, they'll be far above like how we were back in the day and a whole lot. When people talk about gays in the back then, smart, talented, well-dressed, good cooks, great parties, jealousy, you know, it's a whole different story today. It's because not I used to blame it on technology and the internet, but no, it's how they use it. Because you could use it for good or you could use it for bad. How you use it, how you're using that phone you have in your hand. You got a computer you walk around with your hand. When you're on the bus, are you listening to a book that is helping you to develop yourself, to appreciate you for who you are and whose you are? Are you, how are you using it? Is it just music all day? It's up to them. I can only point the way. And Sash, we did that. I bring in condoms. I got, right now I think I got about 80,000 condoms in my apartment, 75,000 mini lube and a whole, and I make it known over and over again, free, free, free. They tell me they don't have sex. I can't force them to take the condom and lube. They ain't having sex, they say. They don't need them. I can only make it out, put it out there. And for those who want to help, I could then point them in the areas. I can assist them. I don't write reference for people because if I write it, but most of the people that I've got to know, and I know it a lot, if I tell the truth, they just won't get the job because a lot of times their mentality, their discipline, their bipolarism, their self-discrimination about themselves and a whole lot. The people are there to help. You will help, and Alexus are helping. Dr. Saunders is there to help, and all that. Are they tapping into us and saying we want to hear more? Erin Greene has helped. We want to hear more. No, they just want to hear other things, I guess.
So
I digress.
Would you say that in your, I guess, in the years of advocacy, especially during SASH, I guess that you found that, because you talk about condom use, right? Is that a big issue? I guess, because when I think about tourism, right? I think about sex being a major part of that kind of field of work. And that's something that we don't talk about. So one of my lecturers always says that we sell sun, sand, we do sun, sand, sea, and we sell sex as well, right? And I think, so you bring up this idea of condom use. During SASH, did you come across a lot of sex workers, and how how would you characterize, I guess, sex work in the Bahamas and how that has been, maybe even within tourism, if you have any knowledge on that?
Well, the thing is that most of what we had to deal with in SASH wasn't labeled under the term sex work.
Okay.
There's another organization that dealt with that, but within the community, transactional sex is big. And I normally like to call it delayed payment. They might tell you they don't sell or they ain't selling, but then they use the word a couple hours later on after you then do what need to be done. You can't do me a favor. And once people are having sex for favor, for things, for money and a whole lot, it's called transactional sex. And it's big. And that's one of the reasons why I went after getting condom and lube, because I knew the sexual activity of the community, what was going on. All right. Like I said, I'm 59, I'm going to be 60. Okay. Thank God I'm STD free, HIV free, COVID free. It's a virus, so you want to still be protected and all that. Because I decided I want to live. I want to live to walk my daughters down the aisle. I want to see my grandkids. I want to enjoy life. I want to have homes in Life Key, Old Fort Bay, Albany, everything. But I can only do that if I'm alive and well. So I make sure protect myself. I try to say to persons, it ain't, but it don't feel right. Listen, you want that feeling, or you want a lifetime of pain because you didn't wear a condom? You never depend on other people that have protection. It's the number one problem. We got to educate them. They feel that, oh, if he's the top, he should have the condom. No, if you're the bottom, you really want the condom, because the majority affects the receiver than it does the giver in most cases. All right. But the point is, you want to be responsible again for your own life, your own body, your own sexual stuff. And like you say, when LGBT tourism start coming in and a whole lot, people they want to connect and they're going to make offers and a whole lot. That can be the individual choice. It's going to happen. But if you're in discipline to protecting your things now, we have a statement that we do during our sex conversation. It's called condom negotiation. Okay. If somebody is going after sex for financial gain, normally it happens in the strip club among the heterosexual, and it happens among sex workers, be there gay, straight, trans. the person might say $150, $70, whatever figure that they deal with, but they will offer more to not wear a condom. That's when we had to start to teach persons how to put on condom with your mouth or using the female condom, because men could use female condom also. So we were training and educating folks. And this was more the earlier young people. They were interested and they were gravitating and doing this. And this new whole generation, and again, too, like I say, it all depends on who their house parent is and all that. They don't even come to me and get tons of condom. But when you see them out, they got all these children and cousins, nieces, and nephews. And I'm like, so y'all sure spending a lot of money on condoms, because I got them for free and y'all even getting them for me to get to letting these newbies know about the right to be protected, the right to protect yourself, the right to not to depend on other people to have protection. There was a time when we had got funding for HIV testing, and I used to do a lot of testing at home.
Okay.
When persons would have known to be positive, and I would consult with them, well, what happened? Oh, well, I went by him and I didn't have no condom, and then he didn't have none, and he said he was gonna pull out when he came. Well, forget that. There's something called pre-com. Men don't feel that. So you're already in trouble. The bottom line is you want to carry your own condom, your own lube. Now, they might have theirs, and you might decide, okay, I'd rather yours than this, but at least show that you're responsible. Have your own stuff, because, they can try to negotiate with you and you're at a determine $200 over 75 to be infected with STD, HIV. No, it ain't that serious. It ain't that serious. All right. Or, like I said, learn how to put it on while you're giving them a blowjob, or put on the female condom earlier, because then that means the man don't want a condom. So now you got to protect you as a bottom by using the female condom.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much, Victor, for all of your knowledge and the work you've been doing. We appreciate you coming down to share with us on how you see things from working on the ground. And we appreciate you once again. So for everyone watching or everyone who's still here, we like to let you know that this is the end of this session. You want to say something? Go ahead.
Yeah, just want to ask everyone who hears this, can they go to Instagram and follow hips_international and a whole lot? Believe me, it's going to change and revolutionize a lot of people's life economically and talently, with their talents and all that good stuff. But that's all I ask for, just IG hips_international on Instagram.
All right.
Thank you.
No problem. So yes, you can go and check out Victor's company, hips_international on Instagram, and follow him and like, share and subscribe. This is the last session for today. We're gonna take a break, and then we'll meet back at 7 p.m. If you've registered, again, you can go to our Facebook page, Bahamas Organization of LGBTI Affairs, and you can register. And the link for this evening will be sent to you. We're watching The Underneath, Transgenders in the Bahamas. It's a documentary by Charisma Robinson. And it's definitely something you don't want to miss tonight. So thank you again, Victor. And thank you to all of our presenters. Thank you to all of our presenters who presented today. Today was a great opening, and I'm just excited to see what day 2 brings. So until later on this evening, at 7 p.m., we'll be signing off, and we'll see you there. All right.